never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
So we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. That means we've come full circle. We close out a Monday. Here comes a Tuesday as we work our way into the 9th day of March. I hope your week's off to a good start. Definitely not a bad start to the week weather-wise. Mother Nature beginning the warm-up process. Well, at least for the eastern portions of the country. We're going to have a tale of two sides of the country this week. Eastern half of the country going to be basking in the spring-like warmth, whereas out west, they're talking about later this week and into next weekend, another big winter storm may be in the offing. And we're talking big as in several feet of snow, possibly for places like Denver, Colorado. Oh boy, are you ready for that? But let's not get on the negative stuff because we're all done with the winter, but old man winter's not done with us. But let's start with the warm-up as we get things underway. Another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive coming your way live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, our secret bunker here. The big warm-up has begun to take shape in earnest this past day. And we're going to be talking about temperatures that could eclipse records dating way back to the late 1800s in parts of the central USA. And the warm weather is going to be on the move across the country for some areas in the east later this week. You may be seeing temperatures near 70 degrees. Warmer versus what you saw for your morning lows on Monday morning. Now, over the weekend, temperatures across portions of the northern plains and the Midwest saw levels 15 to 30 degrees above normal for this time of year. Yeah, mid-50s, 60s, even some 70s across the northern plains, where high temperature records were already nearly eclipsed. But we're not done yet. Yeah, even warmer air is expected to build into the middle of this week. Got that northward bulge in the jet stream, and as that bulge continues to build further to the north and east each day through midweek, slowly allowing temperatures, unseasonably warm air, to spread across much of the central and eastern USA. A broad flow from the southwest will transport unseasonably warm air northward into the upper Midwest and the western Great Lakes here early this week. Highs into the 70s will extend as far to the north as parts of South Dakota and Minnesota today for your Tuesday. Now, forecasters say that the high temperature of 70 degrees in Sioux Falls, South Dakota today would break the daily record high of 63 degrees from 1967. Normal high for this date in Sioux Falls would be more akin to like 40 degrees. So a good 30 degrees above normal. One of the oldest high temperature records, I think we mentioned this last evening, would belong to Minneapolis, where the record of 61 degrees for this date was set in 1879. The forecast for Tuesday is for a high of 68 degrees. So we could very well shatter the old record there. Now, forecasters say there's another important factor that's going to allow temperatures to be much above normal. Of course, that's the fact that most of the snow has melted away. The snow normally reflects the sunlight back into the atmosphere, and when the snow's gone, the ground begins to absorb the heat from the sun, allowing the temperatures at ground level to really start warming up. So this abrupt warm-up, it's going to be kind of a weather whiplash. Boston, Philadelphia, New York City are all looking to experience a jump of 20 to 30 degree warmer temperatures as we head toward Wednesday versus what you saw this past weekend. A welcome warm-up, if you ask me. I'm not going to complain one little bit. Now, also in the pattern of generally dry, warm weather through early this week, our next feature of concern does begin to develop toward midweek across the plains and the Midwest. This is forecast to bring rounds of heavy rain, flooding concerns, and even some isolated bouts of severe weather to the central portions of the country between midweek and the end of the week. A turn toward that unsettled weather begins actually later Tuesday evening. That's where our storm begins to take shape and comes eastward out of the southern Rockies. Center of that storm will quickly push northeastward through the day Wednesday, bringing with it a variety of precipitation across the plains in the Midwest. We will see a swath of snow from Wyoming to southwestern Ontario, Canada, but the rain and the showers overspreading areas from the Central Plains to the Great Lakes. Looks like a wet, rather dreary day in store on Wednesday for Minneapolis, Madison, Wisconsin, the Chicago area as well. By later Wednesday afternoon, the colder air begins to filter into the northern tier of the country, and that begins to press southward, running into that very warm air in place across the southern and central plains as well as the Ohio Valley. By Thursday, the clash of the air masses will be igniting rain and thunderstorms, unleashing heavy downpours, and even some isolated severe weather. That's going to be the trade-off. Although the setup for midweek doesn't look like it's going to be producing a widespread severe thunderstorm outbreak, there is still enough concern that some strong, locally severe storms may erupt each afternoon, Wednesday through Friday. Forecasters say that although the risk for widespread severe weather appears to be a bit lower than we thought a few days ago, there's still some uncertainty with the overall setup come midweek this week. If any strong to locally severe storms are to develop, the most likely area would be for portions of the southern and central plains. Associated risk with any strong storms would largely be in the form of strong, possibly damaging wind gust with these storms. One aspect of the midweek setup they're pointing out is the growing confidence is a prolonged, widespread, heavy rain threat for portions of the plains and the Midwest. In other words, the greater concern is going to be flooding. And this front is expected to set up along the boundary right between that colder air from the northern tier and the very warm air from the southern U.S., set to become nearly stationary by the end of the week. So you'll see the training of storms, right? Rain and thunderstorms firing up right along that boundary. And you see one round after another each day through Saturday. And with each round, that's where you continually increase the risk for flooding. So we're kind of focusing on a swath of the country from Kansas and Oklahoma to Indiana and portions of Ohio and Kentucky at risk for repetitive downpours late this week. We could be talking a general 3 to 6 inches of rain across a rather large swath of Missouri, Illinois, and Indiana, and into the weekend as that slow-moving storm and that frontal boundary work its way through the region. AccuWeather said we could actually see some rainfall totals approaching 11 inches in areas where you see the heaviest rains training. So that's definitely the risk for flash flooding will increase each day. Travelers in that region, especially those moving through the low-lying or poor drainage areas, going to have to remain on alert, ponding of outright flooding of roadways, impacting portions of I-35, 44, I-70, maybe a slow go at times, through Saturday as the rain continues to fall. In addition to the flash flooding, the risk for river flooding also will be increasing through the end of the week. There are a number of rivers across the region that are currently under flood warnings, and this is only going to exacerbate the ongoing flooding issues. Now, also, we look at, we're getting closer to the spring planting season. That's right around the corner in many of these areas. And this additional rain is going to make getting your equipment out there into those soggy fields very difficult for some of the pre-planting preparations, the plowing and the tilling, those things that need to be done as we head toward the beginning of the planting season. While we're at it, real quick, let's take a look a bit further ahead. I mentioned the possibility of some big snows. Now, this is going to be the next feature following this setup through midweek and the end of the week, where they're saying it could be a wild week of weather for a massive portion of the country. As we start out, as we just described, this tease of spring and April-like temperatures over the central states. But a reality check will follow as a series of moderate storms will trim those temperatures back. Forecasters are monitoring the potential for an even bigger, more potent storm taking aim from the Rockies to the plains by this weekend. Not only could this bring the very heavy snowfall amounts, it could also unleash the potential for severe weather and flooding rainfall. So we've got the storm that's been on our watchful eye since last week, if you'll recall, is actually the big southward dip in the jet stream. And that's expected to become what they call a closed low-pressure area, which is essentially a storm located way up high in the atmosphere. Now, that storm's forecast to form over the southwestern states midweek, then begin to spin eastward. Because storms of this nature are roughly involved at the same level as the jet stream. They often bring extreme weather in the lower portions of the atmosphere. Now, that developing, strengthening storm is forecast to unleash up to a couple of feet of snow on the Sierra Nevada and some needed rainfall for lower elevations of California and Nevada starting probably Thursday of this week. On the wintry side, we'll be talking a multi-day snowfall over some of the mountains of the interior west, including the Colorado Rockies, as well as the foothills and even the adjacent areas from the central high plains starting late this week. We're talking Friday through Sunday, the entire weekend. This slow-moving upper-level storm has the potential to unload several feet of snow along the Front Range and eastern slopes of the Rockies and the foothills in Colorado. There's the potential 3 to 6 feet of snow, perhaps locally higher amounts, should the storm track just to the south and allow the moisture to ascend thousands of feet from the plains to the ridges and the peaks of the Colorado Rockies. Denver, you may be buried by a foot of snow or more. This is actually, believe it or not, the favored time of year. You've got the early spring as well as the fall when you see these big storms in Colorado. The trend to larger systems this time of year as cross-country storms remain strong. And the track begins to shift a bit further northward from the southern tier of the U.S. during the middle of the winter. And Colorado kind of falls right there in the crosshairs. The setup results in what you call bookend snowfall for Colorado and the Denver area, where a big percentage of the snow piles up at the start and the end of the storm rather than right smack in the middle. For example, the average snowfall for February in Denver is 5.8 inches of snow. It's nearly double that amount in the month of March. Yet normally you'll see 10 plus inches of snow. Recalling the blizzard of 2003 that unloaded 2 to 3 feet of snow on Denver and up to 7 feet of snow on the foothills to the west of that city. That was March 17th through the 19th. Going back to March of 2003, 31.8 inches of snow fell on Denver that year, the second biggest storm on record, according to the National Weather Service there. Then you had the storm back in December of 1915. That was the biggest, 45.7 inches of snow accumulated. As disruptive as the 2003 storm was to travel, it did put a major dent in a drought that was affecting that region at that time in 2003. Now, in addition to the likelihood of heavy snow for Colorado, substantial snow will also be possible for portions of Nebraska, Kansas, as well as southern Wyoming, and parts of northern New Mexico. Meanwhile, as the warmer air and the moist air is tapped on the southern side of the storm, the different risk there is going to be the threat for severe weather. And we'll delve a bit more into that as we make our way on into a Tuesday. All right, good to have you with us again. Hope your week's off to a good start. Around the country, as we get it off and rolling, our number is, as always, is 844-844-3388. Flip over and say good morning to some of our listening friends. All right, looks like Chevy guys out there rolling up on your 6. Captain Ron checking in from Wildwood, Florida, says good morning, 51 degrees there in Wildwood. Matthew checking in, saying good morning. How are you, Steve? I'm doing well. Thank you, Matthew. Hello to Tank. Pappy checking in. 65 degrees it was today in Cincinnati. Yes. How about that? Stephen checking in from Semi Valley, California this morning. And several others. Well, good to have you with us. Thank you so much. And industry headlines. Let's start things right there. Police in Aurora, Colorado say that hundreds of street racers were actually able to shut down a major interstate Sunday. The Aurora Police Department said Sunday night, I-225 southbound from Alameda to Colfax was gridlocked due to street racers blocking and interfering with traffic. They literally shut down the interstate, and police said between 600 and 800 vehicles were involved in the street racing event. That's unreal. People involved were intentionally blocking the shoulders, preventing police from being able to get into the area. Authorities also reported the use of fireworks and smoke, in some cases weapons being waved. Police were able to clear away the street racers before the midnight hour, but warned that it's likely this group is just going to continue to engage in street racing in various other areas. They specifically mentioned the 33rd and Telluride area. That's insane. I guess with the likes of social media, these street racing groups get the word out, and they all converge on an area. On to the state of Indiana. A motorist killed on an interstate in Indiana this past morning after stepping out of his disabled vehicle into the path of a semi-truck. This was about 10 till 3 this past morning near Austin, Indiana. According to WBIW News, 25-year-old Stefan Porch was driving on I-65 with 5 passengers in his vehicle when it collided with either a semi-truck or a box truck. They're not sure there. That vehicle, the truck, quickly fled the scene, but Porch's vehicle was left disabled in the middle lane of the highway. Porch exited his vehicle, and as he stepped out, it was right into the path of straight into the path of the oncoming semi-truck. The truck driver, Barbaro Cellular, unable to avoid hitting Porch. He was not injured in the crash, but when officers arrived on the scene, Porch was pronounced dead. His 4 passengers were transported to a nearby hospital for evaluation from the first crash, to which none of the other 4 had significant injuries. But this is still under investigation. Police are urging anyone who may have been passing through that might have some potential information about the driver of the truck that was involved in that crash to please contact the Indiana State Police, the Sellersburg Post. I'm guessing at close to 3 o'clock in the morning, there probably wasn't a whole lot of traffic out there, but who knows? Someone might have caught that unfolding before them on their dash cam. You may know the name that might have been on the truck, and again, they're not sure if it was a box truck or a semi. All right, one more here. A video posted to Reddit recently has us kind of wondering about the details of this apparent time-saving technique. Now, I've seen some of the video of these things before. In the clip, you see a big truck, one of these dump truck, tractor-trailer kind of things, balancing on a tilted lift where they're picking up the entire truck, allowing the load to simply fall out of the back of the trailer. They say that speeds up the process. Now, according to CDL Life, we're aware of these kind of contraptions, but this particular video kind of left us wondering. We're pretty sure drivers are not allowed to stay in the cab during these situations, but what would staying in the cab during the quick unload be like? How you unload the load quickly, I don't know if the truck driver's in there, but if he is, that's one hell of a ride, according to one of those that posted on the video there. Another driver said, I use these every day in Washington hauling wood chips. No, they don't let you stay in the cab of the truck, but they do tip way up high, dumping everything out. It unloads fairly quickly. But nothing's tied down. You're really just relying on basic gravity to not flip the trailer. As long as they don't lift it up too high, it'll be fine. But looking at the video, you can see this, the angle of this truck being lifted up to be dumped. It's way up there. That would be kind of a frightening ride. So a couple of our industry headlines here on a Tuesday morning. Hello to Andrew, AJ. AJ checking in from Houston this morning. How you been, AJ? Haven't had a chance to chat since you guys came through that whole messy situation there in Houston with the ice storm, lost power. Were you one of those that lost water and all that good stuff? Thank you for checking in. Good to hear you made it through all that mess. All right, we'll get some of the other pressing issues of the day, the latest on what's happening with COVID and so much to cover. The southern border, yes, thousands are being set free all over the country. For the last week and a half, 2 weeks, Jen Psaki, the spokesperson there at the White House, as questions were coming up, they were essentially, the White House has been denying that there's any sort of a, quote, crisis at the border. No, we've got this handled. We've got it covered. In the last several days, they have actually begun to acknowledge maybe it's a little worse than we realized. Joe Biden over the weekend deploying some of his staff. I'm not sure who all they're sending down there to the southern border. Some of the representatives in Texas, though, are saying, I don't think this administration has a clue what's happening on our southern border. The numbers are off the charts right now. In this past day, Jen Psaki actually came out and admitted in the White House press briefing that the White House is not doing enough to discourage people from seeking unlawful entry into the country. Speaking to reporters during the press briefing Monday afternoon, Jen Psaki acknowledged the failures after being pressed about the administration handling of this situation. To which she says, I'd say it's clear we need to work more on getting the message out and being very clear that now is not the time to come. You know, that's the message they've been presenting. You can't say, come on, but not yet. Not just yet. Now's not the time. They're not hearing the not now. They're hearing, come on. They're not wasting any time. She then reiterated the Biden administration's claim that the majority of people who come to the border are turned away. Okay, so that's supposed to make it all better. Yes, we have changed the policies from the last administration as it relates to unaccompanied children. But the majority of families, adults, the vast majority are turned away at the border. And that's the message that clearly we need to continue to look for means and ways to be getting out. Trust me, the barn door has already been opened. You're not going to get that message out. And if people are halfway here from Central America, I don't care if it's a family unit or what it is, they're not turning back now. Now, those comments followed the revelation that under President Biden, the Department of Homeland Security is now converting 2 immigrant family detention centers in southern Texas into what are being described as Ellis Island-style rapid processing facilities. They've already emptied a facility in Pennsylvania. ICE, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, wrote in a court filing that while families continue to be detained at their locations in Karnes City and Dilley, adults and children are being released within 72 hours. Migrant families previously held at that third facility, that's in Leesport, Pennsylvania, they've cut them all loose. They've all been released, according to the ICE disclosure on Friday. Welcome to Pennsylvania, folks. They don't give the numbers how many were being detained there. Despite establishing multiple new tent-style shelters and actually loosening COVID restrictions, the Domestic Policy Council was telling Biden that the administration is going to fall short of their needs by thousands. They're building these tent facilities. The numbers are way too overwhelming. We're thousands of beds short. The number of unaccompanied minors and families arriving at the border this year are expected to be the highest number we've seen in over 20 years, according to a senior ICE official in an email sent to staff members last Thursday. The greatest number in 20 years. And this, my friends, is just the very beginning, the tip of the iceberg. All right, more to cover on that as we make our way into a Tuesday. All right, I want to jump on board. It's 844-844-3388. Well, I know if you're driving a truck for a living, you probably don't have an aquarium in your truck. But a lot of listeners out there, indeed, do have aquariums. I know Neighbor Dave had a real nice aquarium at one point in time. I'm not sure if he's still got that thing up and running or not. But for those out there that own an aquarium or maybe know someone that does, there's a problem. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has created an informational webpage dedicated to what to do if you have recently purchased what they call aquatic moss balls in the past month or so. First of all, they say destroy them. Do not dump them. Here's the deal. Zebra mussels have been confirmed in these moss balls sold at retailers in North Carolina, including the likes of PetSmart and Petco. If you've purchased moss balls that go in your aquarium in the past month, please follow the instructions about how to properly destroy them and clean your aquarium according to the memo. Merimo Moss Ball Plant, grab and go. There's a number of other brands that apparently also contain these zebra mussels. So the story is out of Raleigh, North Carolina. The Wildlife Resource Commission is warning anyone who has purchased these, they may contain this invasive species, the zebra mussel. They need to be carefully discarded. A moss ball is a species of like green algae that's formed into a ball anywhere from like 2 to 5 inches in diameter. A lot of people purchase them for home aquariums to help absorb harmful nutrients in the water and limit the growth of undesirable algae. They say it is likely the retail outlets that sell these things don't even know. They're not aware that they're potentially selling a contaminated product with this invasive species. Not only are zebra mussels harmful to other aquatic wildlife, they can clog water pipes and restrict water supplies. That's why they don't want you to just like flush them down the toilet. They give specific advice if you've recently purchased these things. They're urging the public to dispose of them immediately, but very carefully. Couple of tips they offer, which we'll get to following our news break. After, we'll get to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC released its highly anticipated guidelines Monday for people fully vaccinated against COVID-19. Those that are fully vaccinated can visit with other fully vaccinated individuals indoors without a mask or social distancing, and meet with unvaccinated people who are at low risk. That can allow seniors to visit with their grandchildren for the first time in more than a year. The CDC does warn that those who are vaccinated should still continue to take some precautions, like wearing masks in public and avoiding large in-person gatherings. And the Biden administration has given protected status to undocumented Venezuelans in the United States. An estimated 320,000 Venezuelans will receive temporary protected status. According to Homeland Security officials, the move was made because of the extraordinary conditions in Venezuela, where nearly 5 million people have fled in recent years to escape economic hardships and humanitarian crises. The temporary protected status allows people to live and work in the U.S. until conditions improve in their home countries. This is USA Radio News.
If you're a small business owner and you need to transform your business into the new virtual economy, hire the experts at Get Callers. For as little as $5 per hour, you can add as many virtual staff members you want to your company. They can make cold calls to generate leads, handle inbound calls, set appointments, customer support, live chat, and more. The best part is you have no expenses of computers or telecom minutes. No employee headaches. No contracts. No W-2s. Just a turnkey process for you at a fixed price that you can add as many virtual members to your team as you want. In today's economy, hire the professionals that know the virtual workspace. Call right now and learn how to add a virtual member to your team for just $5 an hour. Call Get Callers now. 800-765-2593. 800-765-2593. 800-765-2593. That's 800-765-2593.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, yes indeed, right back at it here. Real quick, before I get to your calls, let me finish up here with the moss balls. If you've purchased these moss balls, don't throw them in the trash. Don't flush them down the commode. They specifically say place them in a plastic bag, put them in the freezer overnight, or you can boil them or soak them overnight in a bleach solution, 1 cup of bleach per gallon of water. The moss balls should then be bagged and disposed of in the trash. Living moss balls or untreated water should not be disposed of in any location that can get into the sewage systems or reach streams or lakes. And then they want you to treat your aquarium. Remove your fish and apply the bleach solution and let it set for at least an hour before disposing of that water down the sink or the toilet. Disinfect any filters, gravel, and structures, as they described above, the bleach, and dispose of that water down the sink or the toilet. This is an invasive species, which James forwarded that to me. I'm guessing maybe he's an aquarium owner who came across this, and he said a lot of people have no idea. Even again, the likes of the retailers don't know. The Fish and Wildlife Service said this was imported from our friends in the Ukraine, no less. An imported invasive. So if people end up flushing these and they get into the sewage systems, I guess they can just start mass producing, reproducing, and they end up plugging the sewer systems. Then, of course, that dumps into streams and or rivers, and now we've got another invasive species to contend with here in the USA. Pass the message along. All right, let's get to your calls here, and I guess your ears were burning. Hey there, AJ.
Hey, Steve, how's it going?
I'm doing well. How about you?
Really good, actually. We survived the freeze pretty well. We didn't have anything freeze up at our house. Kept the water at a trickle, and we have a fairly new house, and we insulated the pipes and stuff real well before everything got too cold. Our power went out at Monday for about 3 in the morning, and it stayed out for about 4 days.
So how did you stay warm with no power for 4 days? Did you stay at home, or did you have to go to a friend's house? Or
we had to go up the road to my in-laws. They didn't lose power the whole time. They had gotten a boil advisor, was about as bad as it got there. But we went over there and they didn't lose power at all. So we got to stay nice and toasty.
Good. So but at least you had the presence of mind to leave the water trickling, because if you didn't have power, that's what so many, I guess thousands of people had the problems with the pipes freezing up because they lost power and didn't leave the water trickling.
Oh yeah. The talk of the town is, like 3 months out for a plumber to be able to repair a lot of people who have damage because they're so backed up right now. But that's exactly what happened. I guess it's good that I lived in Ohio most of my life because I knew to trickle the water. My parents do that every winter since I can remember.
But you guys, you were dealing with temperatures that it's cold as it's ever been down there, right? You've been down there for how many years now, and you've never seen temperatures like that.
Yeah, we've been down here 7 years, and it's never gotten quite that cold. So it was interesting to see. But I had gone to the Home Depot, I guess a couple days after the freeze, and they had a line just for people that were going to the pipe section, the plumbing section, and they were only letting a couple in at a time. They had it gated off and had the employees telling them, you can only get one, you can only get one. So that was kind of interesting to see.
Wow.
But it's caused some damage. I drove past a Chinese restaurant that we like, and they flooded their place out. They're getting that remodeled right now.
Once the crisis situation, you had wall-to-wall coverage around the country for a few days, and then like anything else, when a disaster strikes, flooding or tornadoes, whatever, hurricane, life goes back to normal for everyone else. How about the rest of the state? Because at one point, there were millions of people that didn't have potable water. Have they got things back up and running in most of the state? Are you aware what's going on elsewhere with water supplies?
So apparently, up until recently, there's still been some issues with the water. There's a lot of people that don't have it because their pipes bust and they can't get a plumber out. So over at Costco, they've been getting water in. Every shipment they get, it's gone. They're selling 5 cases at a time to people, and it just sells out, I guess, because the people need water because they don't have it. So that's been going on since the freeze.
Wow. And now we're a long ways out. I mean, the time's passing by. So, yeah. So, but as far as Houston's concerned, life kind of back to normal now.
For a lot of people, but the biggest thing is the damage that people still have to get repaired, which is going to take some time because there was so much, I guess, with all those pipes busted. But the other thing is everybody was freaking out about high electric bills. Because all the power outages and energy costs going up. I don't know if you read about all that ERCOT stuff.
Yes.
But we were fine. Our bill was normal, but I saw an article today about people getting some pretty high bills, which is crazy because most people didn't have power during the time.
It was the people who did keep power, and I guess there was one supplier called Gritty. I think it was Gritty was which the prices can fluctuate. If the spot market price goes up, you pay a little more. If the price goes down, you pay a little less. So it's not a fixed rate. And the spot market price went up like 10,000% or something. That's why some of them got left with multiple thousands of dollars in bills.
That's nuts. That is crazy. I looked at my wife, was like, hey, do you know anything? we use a service provider called Green Mountain, and she's like, "Hey, check our electric bill."
Yeah, yeah.
And so everything was fine. Yeah, I checked it like 2 days in, and we didn't have any issues, and we don't have any issues still. So
Thank
God,
goodness.
because I would hate to get a $2,000 or $3,000 electric bill. That'd be awful.
There's somebody got a $16,000 electric bill, and this was like I shared the story. It was a veteran who was on like the auto pay linked up to his bank account or whatever, and they took like $16,000 out of his bank account. AJ, it was insane.
That's a bad day.
Yeah,
that's a real bad day.
Well, Spaceman wants me to ask you if you're going to pay half of your friend's electric bill, the one that you stayed with.
No, they don't have an issue.
Okay.
They don't have an issue. If they ask, I might give them a few bucks, but they didn't have to pay anything crazy ridiculous. Theirs was fine with the provider they had.
Yeah, they didn't get a $10,000 bill. Okay, I think that's what he was alluding to. But well, otherwise, everything going all right. The kids okay. The brood.
The brood is doing well. We actually have baby number 6 coming on Thursday. We're gonna have a little girl on Thursday.
Number 6.
We're getting a 12 passenger van tomorrow morning. No joke.
Oh my goodness! I don't know how you do it, AJ. That's you're a glutton for punishment. Is 6 going to be the end of the line? Are you done at 6?
No, we're gonna keep going, man. We want to adopt too, so we'll probably have kids for the next 10, 15 years.
Okay, all right. I mean, I guess you love taking care of the kids, right?
I love getting them riled up and running around with them and playing with them and letting someone else take care of them. But it's easier to do that with other people's kids. Not so easy to do with your own.
Yeah, I hear you. All right. Well, I'm glad all's going well. Good luck with all the 12 passenger van. All right. So. Hey, well, thanks for checking in. I'm glad you made it through the storm and all. And I see that you're always trying to share with your friends on social media and whatnot to tune into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, your friend in Cincinnati.
Yep, that's right, man. It's good to hear you back on the air, and I'm glad things are going well.
Thank you for checking in. Well, be safe down there, and I guess enjoy your warmer weather now because the cold's gone. And, well, there he is, our old pal AJ. Yeah, he grew up in Cincinnati, and he went to school. He was in the same class, I guess, right about the same age as my daughter. Yeah, so he used to come over to our house. He lived in our neighborhood and spent a lot of time in our home. And over the years, AJ actually helped us when we were doing varying renovation projects. He's done some painting. He's done some drywall work in our home and a lot of things, but good old AJ. Yeah, I don't know how many years ago it was he got married, but started having kids, and it's like, all right, number 2's on the way. We're going to have our 3rd, and number 6 on the way later this week, and he ain't done yet. Wow. All right. He must have the patience of Job, is all I can say. Yeah, I wanted to pull my hair out. I mean, well, you've seen it. For those of us those of you that have been around long enough and watched my kids growing up, look at the color of my hair. It's totally gray now. Thanks, kids. And that was just 2. All right, let's jump over to, I think we're going to check in with Rhonda this morning. Haven't heard from Rhonda in a few days. What's happening, Rhonda?
Boy, I tell you what, listening to him talk about number 6 made me so glad that ship has sailed in this truck. We don't have to worry about the first one, let alone the 6th one. Ooh. I bought something today. I'm not one for a whole lot of, as seen on TV, but I've been having a lot of wrist issues probably with the roads being so bad. And jerking and stuff with the steering wheel. But I wondered if anybody had tried any of those copper fit for their hands or knees or ankles or anything and had any backs and had any luck with them.
Is that the things that are supposed to be for arthritic pain kind of thing, or?
Yeah, sports pain, joint pain, that kind of stuff. You know, it's not. It's like a glove, but it doesn't have the fingertips in it, and it's got a gripper, so like it doesn't slide on the steering wheel. Because I was wearing a slip-on brace that had a wrist brace, but that nylon that went over your hand was so slippery on the steering wheel that you couldn't back in with it because you just slide right off the steering wheel. But this here's got grips, and I'm only wearing the right one. I just was curious if anybody else had any kind of luck with them at all.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you hit such potholes out here, and it just jerks the crap out of you. I mean, actually, I'm right here. Do you remember many, many years ago, and this is probably 22 or 23, when that Rush driver was killed here at Mitchell Avenue on southbound 75, where that truck supply place is off to the east or west side of the road. He went down over that bank. It went down over through the guardrail and went down off exit 6.
Yes, I do.
And he was crushed in the cab. And I worked for Rush back then for an owner-operator, and they brought me up empty out of Louisville. And I sat on the shoulder of that ramp for 2 or 3 days while the chain gang was trying to repack the parts that came out of that truck. When it was upside down, and I have a flashback to it every time I go down this interstate. I don't run down through this way very much anymore. But I could tell you a truck by the shape of the lights and stuff when they were coming at me or coming up behind me or whatever. And when this truck was upside down over that bank, which the load crushed him, and I was there when they brought him up, but I mean, when they brought it, it didn't even look damaged until they got it back up over the bank. And you couldn't even tell what kind of truck it was.
Yeah.
And I ended up following it down to, I can't even remember the record service name. I've got a picture of it at home from the newspaper. But that was been many, many, many years ago. And, you still think about that kind of stuff.
Yep.
When you go past the same place again. But did you see, I've been in and out. Good thing you weren't on Saturday night, because I'd have probably been calling you drunk. So, because I ended up at the bar Saturday night. 60th birthday party. I think my bar bill was $400.
Oh boy!
Everybody kept saying, "Why are you buying rounds if it's your birthday?" I said, "I'm only going to be 61, so I'll have to go back to work and work till I'm 70 to get it paid for."
Oh boy!
So, and then there was a one-man band there that was pretty cool, and he was good, and he probably walked out with $120 in tips from me. So, Rod ain't the brightest bulb in the box, but good thing she only does 60 once. So, but yeah, it's a good thing you probably weren't on Saturday.
So how did you feel the day after you were 60? How did the 60 in one day? How'd you feel that day?
I'm going to tell you what, my head did not feel bad. And I figured I probably had about 15 Jack and Cokes.
Wow. Okay.
My head didn't feel bad, but I'm going to tell you what, when you're 60 and you've been sitting on your backside for 30 years, and yes, I went from, but you know what I was thinking, 30 plus years, you don't stand there and think that you can freaking dance, even if you danced when you were in your 30s.
Yeah.
Okay? My head didn't hurt near as much as my back and my knees. That's what hurt. So 5 aspirin and 5 Advil, and I was back up and moving again. So, it wasn't too bad. The head wasn't bad. It was everything else that's going. The next time you decide you're going to do that, I'm going to do all my old friends a favor. I'm going to get a slip and slide and fill it with biofreeze.
There you go. My. Well, we'll see if any of our listeners out there, I mean, it's been years ago. I remember some of these. They had these different, like, bracelets and whatnot. I mean, some of them had magnets in them. Is that the kind of thing you're talking about? Or
no, this is like it almost looks like a driving glove. It goes all the way to the left knuckle and up around the wrist, and it's got a Velcro strap on it.
Okay.
But it's not, I don't know what it's got in it, but it's not like a magnetic bracelet. My brother-in-law's got some of those. the magnetic bracelets in my sister
Okay.
that they're trying for their, issues. But they've got magnets in each end of those. I bought magic rings at the truck show, Stone Cold Sober, that I figured out. I'd walk back by and she'd say, "How you feeling?" 50 or 60 bucks later, and I'd look at her and I'd say, "You got any Vicodin?" It didn't work.
Yeah.
It didn't work. But I mean, I thought I would try this. Copper's supposed to have. I just figured I'd try it and then see if anybody had, anybody had tried them and if they had any luck with them. My brother-in-law seems to think it's helping his back. So, but he's not got what I've got. I mean, he's doing the back strap, but I just wanted to see if anybody had any luck with these, because this is one of the worst jobs for carpal tunnel,
Yes.
trigger finger,
Yep.
all that kind of stuff, because I've already had both of those surgeries already on both hands.
Okay.
But for some reason, on my right hand, and I don't shift anymore, maybe it's from flipping the switch on that doggone automatic, on the outside of my arm, not the inside, but the outside along my wrist and the backside of my hand were giving me a lot of pain. So I thought I'd try this.
Okay.
So,
I guess-
there is something. I am way past exit 9, and something downtown here stinks bad at the 2.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. Downtown Cincinnati. I don't know what it is. But, all right, I think I'm done babbling for the minute.
All
I'll
right.
probably be a repeat offender. I'm planning on staying up for a while.
All right. We'll look forward to it, Rhonda. Be safe out there. Thank you very much. As the night progresses, things do get kind of slow in those last hour or so. So, all right. What are we looking at? A couple of minutes before we hit top of the hour news update and get the very latest. I guess the CDC offered up the latest guidelines this past day on who's allowed to meet with who or gather with who without wearing a mask. If you've had your both, I guess, your 2 rounds of vaccination for the Pfizer or the Moderna vaccine. And we'll get more on that coming up here. Meanwhile, what do you say, Monkey Gouger?
Well, good morning, Steve-O.
What's going on?
Well, I was listening to your opening statements there. You were talking about them truck lifts. And they got a deal there when you get up there on them. When you pull up there, it looks like an aircraft carrier. It's got wheel chops on it. He flips them up and he makes you back up tight against them. And then up on the front, they got a piece of iron, usually they're welded to it, that you have to hook around the front drive axle. And it's pretty neat, man. I've been on a bunch of them. I have been to them, and the hydraulic be weak. You had to cut the tractor loose from the trailer to, let it go up. But there was 2 incidents. Back when I first started driving for the Embers Charcoal Company in 1979, we were hauling them wood chips down yonder to Conway, South Carolina, to compress them and make that good old Embers charcoal. You could pour 5 gallons of gas on it and it still wouldn't burn.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was dating this girl down there at Britton Neck, South Carolina. She said she wanted to go to the beach and ride the roller coaster. I said, "You come on, go with me, baby. I'll take you for a roller coaster ride." So she said, "Well, I'll be my ride with you." So she rode down there. We go down there and it's dark, and this thing goes up like 80, 85 foot up in the air trying to dump them wood chips out.
Yep.
So I told her, I said, "Just sit right here." So I went down there and told them idiots, I said, "Look here," I said, "I got a girl wants to see the sights over there in Myrtle Beach tonight. You know where that plant was. You were just a hop, skip, and a jump from Myrtle Beach." They said, "Okay." So I backed up there. They threw the chops up. I backed up on it. They started raising it. She says, "Wow, this is cool." I said, yeah, that's pretty cool here. And so they got all the way up there. Well, we could look off over there and see Myrtle Beach. Well, them idiots went to rocking that thing.
Uh-oh.
She went to screaming. Well, let's just say that she didn't have a dry pair of pants when she got off of that ride. And she told me, said, if I ever get back to Brits Neck, South Carolina, I'll never get the truck with you. But back over there, it's about a mile from the house. Campbell Soup had a feed mill over there. And they had just put in a state-of-the-art truck lift. It was supposed to be the biggest truck lift in South Carolina when they put it up. And, back in them days, we didn't know what a hopper trailer was. Everything was loaded on a flatbed with wooden sides with chains in it, right? To hold the sides, and then you loaded the corn, soybean, whatever. So this little boy that was running that thing that night, I went to school with him. As a matter of fact, I just seen him here right before I went back on the road, old Paulie, and he didn't have a lick of sense. He was always cutting up. Well, I had pulled up there behind him, the truck he was fitting to lift up, right? So we're sitting there laughing, joking, cutting up, and that old thing, I said, hey, Paul, I said, that thing ain't stopping. He's over there trying to mash the button to get it to stop. He said, y'all better run. So we took off running, right? That thing went all the way to the top of that cylinder when it bottomed out or topped out, whatever. Busted the back out that trailer, and it throwed corn, I know, for 600 yards down through there. I mean, it was like a tile away. I could still see it coming out of that truck. But, yeah, them things are handy. I mean, they unload taters, cucumbers, grain, a lot of the boys now, they quit with the, you can just pull up there, and just open that hopper bottom up and run it right off on the thing. But Frito-Lay's got a bunch of them, like when you haul them potatoes to Frito-Lay, you back up there and they raise it up. And makes unloading pretty easy, man.
It looks like, the thing, what I saw looks like, I mean, you're getting way up there off the ground. That thing, the cab of that truck is way up there.
Oh, you up there now? You up there? And like I say, it's an experience. If you ever find somebody that you just do it one time, because I mean that thing goes way, way up there. But Steve, I'll tell you something. Today, I went into a receiver over there at the house in Columbia, and I pulled up to the gate, and this lady come out there, and she says, well, how you doing today, dog, baby? I said, would you believe I drove 1,500 miles just to come here to see you today? She said, well, that just tickles me pink that you drove that hard just to come see me. I mean, this old gal, she was probably in her 60s, bubbly. I mean, just made my day, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I got done, and on the way out the gate, I pulled back up there, and she come out there and said, well, you get everything off okay? I said, yeah. She says, okie dokie. Said, well, we'll be looking for you to come back next time. Well, it made my day so much over her attitude, and everything. I just had to call the foreman over there, manager of the warehouse. I said, hey, man, look, I'll tell you something. I said, I was in a hurry to get home, and I said, rolled into the gate there and got greeted with somebody that knew how to treat a truck driver and got me through the process y'all got and everything. I said, it's really a delight to deliver at your warehouse. He said, everything come out all right? I said, yeah, everything went real well. I said, I look forward to coming in this place again. He said, don't keep your hopes up in the chain this week.
Oh, boy. All right. Well, Monkey Gouger, we're up to the top of the hour, so we got to get a timeout. Real quick here. Rhonda, I got a message from Hired Gun. He says, I use the Copperfit wrist and knee supports. They said they work for me. Of course, individual results may vary, but all right, there you go. Hey, we've got lines wide open at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC released its highly anticipated guidelines Monday for people fully vaccinated against COVID-19. Fully vaccinated people can visit other fully vaccinated people indoors without a mask or social distancing, and meet with unvaccinated people who are at low risk. They can also skip quarantine if exposed to someone who has the virus. The CDC does warn that those who are vaccinated should still continue to take some precautions, like mask wearing in public and avoiding large in-person gatherings. And Missouri Senator Roy Blunt says he will not run for re-election in 2022.
I want to thank my family and thank the great team that came together to help me work for you. Most importantly, thanks to Missourians, whether you voted for me or not, for the opportunity to work for you and a better future for our state and our country.
The two-term senator becomes the fifth Republican senator in the last year to announce they won't be seeking re-election. This is USA Radio News.
We've all heard it. Eat healthy. But what does eating healthy mean? Sure, there are countless diets out there, but they contradict each other. Yet all experts agree we should eat a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. Whole fruits and vegetables are the perfect fuel to power the cells in your body, giving you the stamina you need to handle your day-to-day activities. And that's what Balance of Nature is. Whole fruits and vegetables delivered to you in a convenient capsule form for only 22 cents a serving. Our proprietary blend has no additives or fillers, just the full nutritional value of a variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables. Balance of Nature provides you with a natural energy boost without a caffeine crash, a 3 o'clock slump, or an early bedtime. Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself by going to balanceofnature.com or by calling 1-800-2468-751 and use discount code USA.
The trial for a former Minneapolis police officer charged in the death of George Floyd has been put on hold. Lance Pry has more details from the USA Radio News West Coast Bureau.
Jury selection in the George Floyd murder trial of Minneapolis cop Derek Chauvin is delayed until at least Tuesday, as the prosecution asked the Minnesota Court of Appeals for a stay. Prosecutor Matthew Frank said Monday morning that the state will seek to get the jury selection process halted as the issue of adding a last-minute third-degree murder charge makes its way through the higher courts.
They started jury selection being told something very general, and then later they're told something very specific. I think it does affect the jury selection process, and so it is, and our position is it is very much involved the trial itself.
Judge Peter Cahill agreed to give the prosecution time to wrap up an appeal Monday morning. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Officials from communities along the border have expressed their concerns to the Biden administration over the release of migrants into their areas. Yuma, Arizona Mayor Doug Nichols says he told officials that cities like his don't have the infrastructure to take on an influx of migrants. He tells Fox News that he's also concerned about the possibility of COVID-infected migrants being released into his city.
We don't have a very robust nonprofit structure that deals with migrants coming through because it's not a very regular activity for us. And we're a smaller community. So one of my main concerns was we need to make sure that DHS, if they have to release, is releasing in communities that can handle that kind of load. So larger communities that have those resources. And then on the COVID side, it's just we don't understand or we don't know what the level of infection rate is of those coming in our community. And while we're trying to manage regular border traffic, which we do a lot of here, we've got a very robust economy with Mexico, but we're trying to control that on the legal side so that we limit exposure. But on the on the illegal side, where we then have this release into our communities that's not really being managed.
And the Dallas Cowboys and quarterback Dak Prescott have reached an agreement on a contract extension. ESPN reporting Prescott's extension is a 4-year deal worth $160 million, with $126 million of that guaranteed. It also includes an NFL record $66 million signing bonus. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Jump back into it here. Hour number 2. All right, phone lines open. 844-844-3388. That's our number. Yep. I haven't for a few nights. I'm slacking. I've got some $60 coupon codes for our first-time callers. I know the list continues to grow out there. Yeah, we love hearing from new listeners out there around the country. Dial us up, and it's pretty simple. I'll take your number down off the screen, and we will text you a code good for $60 from HotShotSecret.com. You can go to the website, purchase what you want. So if you need products for a diesel engine, that's what you can buy. You need products for a gasoline engine. Yeah, you can get yourself set up with some Hot Shot Secret Stick Shit Eliminator and the Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme for your automobile, and get that thing to purring like a kitten. So, yeah, I'd love to hear from you at 844-844-3388. All right, we're talking last hour about the storm that's going to be coming together later this week, bringing potentially a lot of snow to the Sierra Nevada. They've already got winter storm warnings hoisted in that region of the country. Could see some pretty significant snows falling in the Denver area, parts of Nebraska, Kansas, southern Wyoming, parts of northern New Mexico. Meanwhile, the warmer, moist air on the southern side of that storm brings that risk for potentially severe thunderstorms. Thunderstorms that first erupt over the southern plains Friday and Saturday before everything begins to shift eastward over the weekend into the Mississippi Valley Sunday and maybe even into Monday, to where we're going to be watching closely areas of Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Arkansas, and Louisiana. They all appear to be in that path for potential severe weather by this weekend. Now, AccuWeather tells us at this time all facets of severe weather will be possible. Flash flooding, hail, strong straight-line winds, and even a few tornadoes. As each day passes, as the exact nature and timing will become clearer each day leading up to the event. Meanwhile, though, we'll have a series of weaker storms rolling from the Rockies to the Midwest during the middle and latter portions of this week. That's what we were kind of breaking down last hour prior to the bigger weekend event. Areas that pick up several rounds of drenching rain will be at the greatest risk of flooding problems Repeating rainfall is most likely to deluge areas from central Oklahoma to Indiana and western Ohio. That zone forecast to see a very broad 2 to 4 inches locally, some 6-inch totals possible, stretching between Wednesday and next Monday. Water levels on the lower portion of the Ohio River were at minor to moderate flood stage as of Monday. As all this surge of water moves downstream over the Ohio and additional rain runs off into the area streams and rivers, the rising waters are likely on the middle portion of the Mississippi River as we progress on through the month of March here. Another potential aspect of this storm made the gusty winds, even outside of thunderstorm areas. Maybe at a toned-down scale, but compared to the gusty winds and elevated fire risk from the plains to the Midwest through midweek, we will be watching for a zone of winds that bring a new round of fire weather and even potentially dust storms for portions of New Mexico to Texas and Oklahoma this weekend. So things looking to be getting a lot more active in the couple coming days. As far as Mother Nature's concerned, we'll stay on top of it, keep you abreast of the latest. All right, got an email from Ron, to which he says, have you heard anything about pending legislation that would affect small owner-operators that operate under another company's authority? What is this? Yes, this is something, Ron, we've been talking about for some time now. Our friends at OOIDA and Landline had the very latest this past day. It's called misclassification. It's a problem in the trucking industry that we have to address. But the act that has been introduced, something known as the PRO Act, is not the way to do it. According to OOIDA, they sent a letter this past day to members of the House of Representatives. They informed lawmakers, again on Monday, about their position on the Protecting the Right to Organize Act of 2021. They call it the PRO Act for short, which would implement what they call the ABC test and other union-friendly changes for union elections, bargaining processes, and a number of other policies, but under what is a very strict ABC test. All workers are considered employees unless the hiring business demonstrates that 3 factors are established. You got to have all 3, A, B, C. A is that the worker is free from the control and direction of the hiring in connection with the performance of the work, both under the contract for the performance of work and in fact. B is that the worker performs work that is outside the usual course of the hiring entity's business. And C, that the worker is customarily engaged in an independently established trade, occupation, or business of the same nature as that involved in the work performance. Now, opponents of the ABC test say that it's the B prong, that could make it impossible for truck drivers to work as an independent contractor for a motor carrier. The letter signed by President Todd Spencer says, while we believe there's much that must be done to improve working conditions and compensation in trucking, the PRO Act would create confusion for drivers and carriers and jeopardize small business truckers and their ability to utilize the owner-operator model. Now, Democrats reintroduced the PRO Act last month. In the previous congressional session last year, the bill passed the House. It failed in the Senate. OIDA said while the PRO Act would implement the ABC test to determine if workers are employees for the purpose of union organizing, the change would likely have a greater effect. What we call the unintended consequences, right? While we understand that this is designed to specifically address classification issues for the purposes of labor organizing. In practice, the test may also be expanded to classify workers under other laws. We're also concerned with the precedent this legislation would set as we anticipate Congress is going to expand this employee identification or definition to actually cover other federal laws. OIDA said lawmakers can help improve working conditions and compensation for drivers without abandoning the traditional owner-operator model. And I quote, if Congress really wants to help improve working conditions and compensation for truckers, they'd start by repealing the overtime exemption for employee truck drivers. Under the Fair Labor Standards Act, truckers are specifically exempt from guaranteed overtime pay. This provision makes it the law that a driver's time is less valuable than other workers, and that needs to be eliminated, he says. Now, Monty indeed sent me a copy of the entire letter that was dated Monday, March the 8th, to members of the House of Representatives. It pretty much breaks down exactly what we just, that's kind of the condensed version. But Monty's on the line here, so let me just jump down to Monty and see if he can break it down a bit more in depth for it there. Thanks for checking in. What's happening, Monty?
Hey, doing well, Steve. How about you, man?
I can't complain. I made it through Monday. The hard part's behind us.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, pretty much. This thing is what the high spots that you hit there and stuff. It pretty much covers it. But this is one of those things that's kind of driven by big labor, and they specifically mentioned that Expo Logistics, XPO, whatever you want to call it, they're a pretty large, LTL company that's not non-union. It used to be years ago was called, part of them was Conway Central Express, but they are, kind of in direct competition, and it's kind of funny, but I heard one of the terms used by the people pushing this was like, we got to level the playing field. So there's that level playing field moniker thrown around again. We've heard that used over and over again, no matter what it was. We heard that about ELDs and that. But pretty much we don't think it's going to get through the Senate because it's going to have 60 votes. And, right now we're not seeing that. So, and, it's here's the thing is that, again, we're not against this type of working thing as far as if somebody or a company wants to employ that, but there's no reason to mandate that to make everybody, have to go by the same, playbook or whatever, because there's a lot of people that they want to have the model that they have right now. If they're leased to a carrier, whatever, and you have your independence there so far. So, it's just kind of another one of those things that I think it's an overreach, on what they're trying to accomplish here. And it's driven by money, like I said, labor's thrown a lot of money into this thing. So, it's kind of funny how, like I said, they paint it as something that's going to benefit everybody. And I've been seeing some stuff on social media there on my Twitter account. There's a lot of people that like freelancing, as you want to call it. Some people call it freelancing, but, working off a 1099. I even seen one person posted something about, people that are substitute school teachers may not be allowed to work under this type of an arrangement if it were to become law. So this thing would capture a whole lot of small business people, truckers. Any type of entrepreneurial, type occupation. It would capture everybody. So, but we, like I said, in the Senate, we don't think it's going to go anywhere. It's going to have 60 votes. There was a couple other things too that's kind of come out of all this last legislation or whatever, that COVID bill or whatever, that they're still kind of kicking around. But, we've been trying to get money for 6104, HR 6104, it was called last year, the parking. And they thought maybe they'd be able to get some money in this COVID bill for that. Of course, it didn't fit into the plans. There is supposed to be a promise of like $500 million in the highway bill whenever that comes down the pike later on this year. So, as a lot of guys know, you're trying to find a parking spot sometimes is heck of a job.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing too is that we don't know if it doesn't look like there's going to be a hike in the federal fuel tax. That's probably some sort of highway funding could come down the pike in the form of mileage fees or expansion of tolling authority. So, like I said, we're working like the Dickens to try to keep those cut out. I mean, fuel tax is just the most fair way to fund the highways. Everybody pays, and there's no, you don't have to create any extra bureaucracy or anything. So, it's trying to make lemons out of lemonade.
I hear you. Yeah. Well, this whole thing with the ABC test that started in California several years ago, right? They passed it there, and that when it came to the whole the owner operator segment, didn't they put a hold on that or a moratorium or whatever? Because you had I think XPO, and there were some others that said if they proceed with this model that they wouldn't be able to operate there.
Right. And there was several people. I think I think that thing is actually tied up in court right now. I'd have to go back and do a little more research, but I know that there was a lawsuit filed, and I think that Western States Trucking Association was one of the lead plaintiffs on that. I think that we actually filed a letter like friend of the court or something or whatever along with that to try to, put the stops to it. So, again, there's no reason to have something like that mandated. But we're working to try to keep that to where it's people have freedom of choice of how they want to work.
Sure. So, Yep. And there's a whole lot of owner operators out there. And I mean, I guess is the biggest, if I'm understanding correct, is the biggest impact on the lease operators, the individual that wants to lease on to a company kind of thing?
Yeah, if you've got your truck and you want to lease onto a company, that this would put the kibosh on that. So, because this ABC test is so restrictive. I mean, if they wanted to have something like this, there is a thing called the IRS test. And now, years ago, when I first got as an owner of a small fleet, I got an audit by the IRS, and they come in and they look at your business model and, if your drivers were given a choice of loads and stuff, and whether they decide to take a load for you or they decide that they don't. There were several questions that we answered, and the guy left satisfied. And so that's, if they wanted to do something like this, if they would use the IRS test instead of the ABC. The IRS test is a whole lot less restrictive than what this thing is here. So it's, again, like I said, the old saying, Steve, that economic interests drive everything. This is another perfect example of that. So it doesn't make any sense when we have so many other pressing things you would think that we need to get a handle on.
Yep, no doubt.
Hey, listen, thanks for having me on, Steve. Unless you got some other questions, that's pretty much about all I got on.
I think the one other thing I'd like to, if we got a moment, like we can touch on here. We saw I saw this past day that they've got. I saw one of the headlines from Landline was you've got this new 25 member whatever commercial vehicle driver. Is it an advisory panel or something to the FMCSA and the DOT or?
Yeah, it's kind of a driver advisory panel, and I think I believe that Todd's going to kind of head that up.
Correct.
He was kind of given a thing to kind of head that up, and yeah, it's made up of people that's actually behind the wheel from all different, whether you're a company driver, owner, operator, long haul, dedicated. They tried to pick get a group of people there that it was a big cross section of what's in the, represented in the trucking industry, the way our how diversified it is.
Sure.
So, but it's basically like you have the MCSAP advisory committee, which is made up of, Todd Spencer and Danny Schnauz. Danny's one of our board members. Todd and Danny are the only two. Danny owns a company down in Texas, and then, of course, Todd's CEO of OIDA. But those two guys sit on that MCSAC advisory committee. But this is strictly a driver type thing. The other people on the MCSAC there's like CVSA, cops. I think they've got lawyers, people from the insurance industry. But this is geared totally to drivers. So it's hopefully, this is another one of the things where you kind of hope that, they put these things together, and you hope that they're going to take the recommendations that come out of these brainstormings, if you will, or whatever. Because again, the people that's behind the wheel are putting up with all the stuff that's out there every day. And it's not some guy in a suit, telling a representative or something. It's the people that's actually dealing with it. So we're hoping for good things from that. I don't know how long they'll keep it together, but this is something that actually started last fall under the Trump administration, and it's good to see that they've kept this thing going. So hopefully we'll see some positive stuff out of that, Steve.
Okay. Well, Lord knows the FMCSA could use the input of some people, men and women that actually drive a truck for a living, versus like all the top 5 board members that have never driven a truck, right? I mean, you got the regulatory arm of an industry that have no hands-on experience in the damn industry. So, I have a little bit more on that. Yeah, and it says here Todd Spencer is going to actually be, I guess, the chairman of this panel. And he said his goal is, my role is to try to be a conduit for what's possible and what's not going to be possible. He said, I'm sure all these people have something on their mind that they'd like to share. It'd be my hope that the agency, that as in the FMCSA, would be interested in receiving that input. That's going to be the key. All right, news break as we roll into a Tuesday. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC released its highly anticipated guidelines Monday for people fully vaccinated against COVID-19. Those that are fully vaccinated can visit with other fully vaccinated individuals indoors without a mask or social distancing, and meet with unvaccinated people who are at low risk. That could allow seniors to visit with their grandchildren for the first time in more than a year. The CDC does warn that those who are vaccinated should still continue to take some precautions, like wearing masks in public and avoiding large in-person gatherings. And the Biden
So that opens the door for grandparents to meet with their children and their grandchildren and have that kind of contact. And I know for a lot of people, just that movement towards some semblance of normalcy will be a great emotional release. And I hope for some people who've been on the fence about getting vaccinated, it will encourage more people to do so.
This is USA Radio News.
If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS and you cannot afford to make payments to the IRS, you may qualify for the CNC tax program. This is a new program, and if you qualify, you won't make any payments to the IRS while in this program. Once you're accepted into this program, the IRS is forced to stop all harassing collection activities. No threatening phone calls, no wage garnishments, no bank levies, and no more monthly payments to the IRS. Get ready to write this number down. It's the most important number you'll ever need to end your IRS tax nightmare. Call Paramount Tax Relief at 800-547-4804 for a free confidential consultation to find out if you qualify for the CNC tax program. Once you are accepted into the CNC tax program, you won't make any payments to the IRS while in this program. Call Paramount Tax Relief now at 800-547-4804. That's 800-547-4804. Again, 800-547-4804.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Say it isn't so. How could it possibly be? They got deported? Yeah, the 2 German shepherds belonging to the president, Joe Biden, the First Lady Joe Biden, were returned to the Biden home in Delaware. They saw some aggressive behavior at the White House involving Major Biden. Major's the name of the one dog, adopted by Biden in November of 2018 from an animal shelter in Delaware. He had what one of the people described as a biting incident with a member of the White House security staff. Whatever it was, the situation was serious enough that the dogs were subsequently moved back to Wilmington, Delaware. They've reached out for comment. They have not had a reply. Major's 3 years old. He's the younger of the 2 Biden dogs. But he has been known to display some agitated behavior on a number of occasions, jumping, barking, and charging at staff and security. The older of the Biden's German Shepherds, Champ, is about 13 years old. Obviously, he has slowed down physically due to his advanced age. Champ and Major moved into the White House in January, less than a week after Biden's inauguration, but yeah, they got deported. Blade Runners. Blade Runner says, yeah, Biden won't deport criminal illegals with the coronavirus, but one little nip and his dog gets deported back to Delaware. Typical Democrat modus operandi. Now, did George W. deport Barney, the Scottish Terrier, back to Crawford, Texas, after Barney bit that sniveling liberal reporter in the White House? Hell no. Barney got a biscuit and a pat on the head, a well-deserved treat. This is likely the first time a White House pet has been deported. Probably the first and last deportation under Biden's regime. All right, I don't know about that, but that's pretty funny. Snipping at somebody. Yeah, 3 years old, though. That's German Shepherds. They are very, very active at that age, yes. Still a pup. A lot of pup in them. Real quick, now, back to the Todd Spencer and his role with this new advisory committee, as they're describing it. Hoping to make a difference in the trucking industry. Now, they say some of the people applied because they were recommended. Others applied because they wanted to make a difference. No matter the reason for applying, these 25 individuals have one thing in common. Each of them is a commercial vehicle driver. The FMCSA announced the advisory panel appointments in January. There's no set date when they're going to begin meeting, although the FMCSA, of course, is going through leadership changes as the new administration continues to move key players into those leadership positions. Commercial drivers were asked to submit a resume and a personal statement detailing their qualifications during the application period, which is back in September and October last year. There are now new people being appointed or selected for the FMCSA, and I think those new people will have an interest in the driver panel, according to Todd. I suspect that in some of what's going on in the FMCSA right now, I hope the agency considers their input. I'd like to see driver retention brought up, or detention, I should say. Those are both problems, driver retention, but driver detention. One of the things plaguing drivers in so many ways and in so many areas and hurts the entire industry is what's happening in the unloading and loading environment where drivers are detained, and it happens routinely, it happens regularly. Nobody benefits when drivers are detained needlessly and unable to be actually productive. One of the owner-operators who drive for Castle Transport, Deb Labrie, said being selected to serve on the panel was pretty exciting. I was completely shocked and honored that my application was accepted. I'm pretty thrilled about it. Labrie's been in the trucking industry for 14 years and said she's learned if you're going to see any sort of a change, you have to act. If you want to make a difference, you have to get out there and make a difference. You have to volunteer your time and be a part of things like this, panels like this, to educate and maybe see better things happen in our industry, the trucking industry. So we will see where that goes. That was part of the other industry headlines here. Meanwhile, back to your calls here on a Tuesday morning at 844-844-3388. What's going on with the sex maniac? Hey there.
Oh, wow, you caught me right in the middle of taking a big old bite of my bologna sandwich.
Oh, boy. Is that...
Doggone. It's good. I was just going to call to tell you, I wore them copper gloves, the new ones they come out with. They're pretty good. I like them. I tried a bunch of them. I wore a lot of copper stuff, like for your elbows, your sleeves, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They all pretty well work. It just seems like when you like put them gloves on, it makes your hands feel like they start heating up, or they start loosening up. It makes your hands feel real good.
Okay.
I don't know what's in them, but they do work. So
I did have an email I had another of the female drivers out there. Tina said, tell Rhonda that what she's talking about didn't work for her. She said, I have rheumatoid arthritis, and I found that thermoskin gloves work the best. They're like a compression glove, and she said they really help my hands, but I'm glad to hear other women out here besides me. Keep on trucking, Rhonda. A great show as always. So thank you for the input there, Tina. So.
Yeah, I tried them I got some of them thermal gloves too. It's for like arthritis.
Yeah.
You know, after you hold on to this round steering wheel, your hand just cups around it, and then you can't let loose of it. I tried them too. They work pretty good too. I got both of them. Matter of fact, I figure if they work, you know, they're worth buying and trying. Once you get a little older, you start feeling all this other stuff we get.
Oh, yeah.
So I think it's worth trying it out. So
getting old's a real pain in the you-know-what, huh?
Yeah. Well, you talk about gray hair. I used to not let mine grow out, but a couple women in church taught me into let me grow my hair because I always shaved it off. Mm-hmm. I figure I didn't have to impress nobody, but they taught me into growing my hair out a little bit, so I got a whole head full of hair now, but after a while I'll get tired of it because it's all gray. I seen yours. Mine's worse than yours.
Oh, okay. Well,
I got you beat.
Mine's pretty gray if you ask me, but
I remember last time I seen you at the truck show, I don't think you had gray hair yet.
It's all changed over the last 10, 15 years.
Oh, yeah, don't take long. That's just like I used to have a beard and I shaved it off one year. And I had it forever. Then I let it grow back out. Guess what color it grew back in?
Gray.
Gray. Yeah, I look like Santa Claus.
Yep.
So I shaved it off. So I don't grow a beard unless it gets real cold or something. But most of the time I just keep it shaved off too, so I don't worry about it.
I don't blame you.
So, yeah, just I call in. I called in for a while. Prepare yourself, because I believe you're going to get a phone call from the big old Jolly after a while.
Oh, yeah?
He got his headset. So he's been listening to music on it all weekend. He loves it. So, hasn't talked on it yet, because he has a little hard hearing there, so I haven't heard a word out of him yet. But
okay.
I'll say prepare yourself, because he's going to call you after a while.
All right. I've been forewarned, in other words.
Yeah.
Fair warning.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you could act like it's a surprise. Say, hey, look who it is.
Yeah.
All right, Steve, I'll let you go. I'll finish my bologna sandwich here.
All right. Is that a plain old bologna, or is that a fried bologna sandwich?
Well, it's just cold on a couple of slices of white bread, and I squirted some ketchup on it tonight there.
Yeah, okay. All right, thanks for checking in.
I've grown up on this stuff.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of bologna these days. I can deal with a fried bologna sandwich with some mustard. I think I've ever tried ketchup on bologna. Well, I guess it's about the same as ketchup on a hot dog. There ain't a whole lot of difference, is there? Come to think of it. All right, who's next up here? It's 844-844-3388. That's something I wanted to jump down to. Where did I put that? Let's see. Oh, yeah, that was the one out of the state of Michigan. We continue to hear the calls for Cuomo in New York to resign. Yeah, he continues to be very defiant, but I think his days are numbered for sure. Then you had Michigan's Governor Gretchen Whitmer, and the plot continues to thicken there. Gretchen Whitmer kind of played the same playbook as Cuomo did in New York in the early days of the pandemic. And the latest from WXYZ says criminal charges could be in the works against Governor Whitmer over putting COVID patients inside nursing homes early in the pandemic. New Macomb County prosecutor says people who lost loved ones to COVID as residents or staff inside nursing homes should go back to get the vital information about the circumstances of their death and take that to local police and make a complaint as a wrongful death. Now, the prosecutor says that with HIPAA laws, he can't get that information in his own investigation. Of course, Governor Cuomo is under investigation for doctoring the numbers inside nursing homes there in New York. Lucido said only 5 states, including Michigan and New York, used the care facilities as hubs. If we find there's been willful neglect of office, if we find there's been reckless endangerment of a person's life by bringing them, then we would move forward with charges against the governor. Of course we would. Nobody's above the law in the state of Michigan. Anyone who's had loved ones inside nursing homes during the last year knows about the pain of COVID deaths in isolation with no in-person visits. Said he started looking into this last year as a state senator. He issued a statement last August that said more than 2,000 residents and 21 staff died in nursing homes in the state of Michigan. That's like 1/3 of all the deaths in the state. So he's asking people to go back to the nursing home, gather that vital information surrounding the deaths, take it to your local police. He'll be meeting with the Macomb County Police to instruct them on how to process and verify the information to bring to his office. Why did my mom, or why did my dad, brother, sister, or aunt die? Was it because of the policy of bringing COVID-infected patients that spread to my mom that killed her? After becoming prosecutor this year, Lucido asked fellow county prosecutors to form what he's calling a blue ribbon committee so they could have consistency investigating these cases around the state. That association as a group declined and said Lucido should make the request to the Michigan Attorney General and the feds. He provided letters showing he did that last May. He said there was not a proper basis to open a criminal investigation at the point. The U.S. attorney said they would look into the request. So, I didn't receive a very warm welcome, he says. This is not political, everyone. This is about people who died at the behest of a policy that was created by the governor. He then shared the statement that the governor actually made, but we'll leave it at that. The plot kind of thickens. About 9 before the hour. Morning, Chevy Guy.
Good morning. Yeah, hey, with that big orange up there in the office now, the Democrats are starting to look after go after each other. I don't believe if he was still sitting in D.C. there, we'd even be hearing about this. They have that Trump derangement syndrome and be going after him and blaming him for everything. Miss Rhonda, now I'm 64 years old. I've been doing this 43 years. I have had those pains too. Now, I haven't had any of those operations she was talking about, but and I'm driving an older model. I'm driving a Columbia. These steering wheels are a smaller diameter and thinner. What I did, and it seemed like to work for me, the gloves, that's just one person it works, the other person it doesn't. But for me, it was getting a wheel cover put on my steering wheel and having a fatter wheel to put my hand on, and practicing a little bit of don't grip. So, I mean, just lay your hand on the wheel, let your fingers grip around it, but you're not really hanging on to it tight. Keeping a loose grip on it, it works. I mean, I think mine was arthritis and, creams and whatever. Bengay, whatever. It worked. But I hope you find that out, because there ain't nothing more miserable going down the road fighting them aches and pains.
Yep.
Also, I wanted to comment on monkey gouger. Back in the mid-'80s, I was going to a place over in Coshocton, Ohio, where they had the big old lumber mill. They had to, truck dump there. Well, we got there, and my first trip in there, I've been to different places before, but they had a man come out. This is your first time here? I said, yes, sir. Well, they come out, and before I got on the dump, he come up to the truck, and, they give you a sticker for your hard hats. He said, now, I'll tell you what you don't do. Nobody rides on these dumps. He said, you do not, I don't care how cold it is out here, you stay out of the truck, you back it on the dump, you get out here, and you stand out here in the cold in this orange area so the lift operator can see you. And I said, I looked at it, I'm looking way up there, how that truck's sitting way up there. I said, what moron would get in a truck and go up there like that? He said, a few years ago we had a driver come in, and he backed his truck in there, and he got out there and he was standing there. Well, it seems like he brought his girlfriend with him. She was back in the sleeper. And I mean, this is loud. I mean, you'd have to talk it into the top of your voice. This mill's just pumping and screaming, and all these blowers are going. You couldn't hear nothing. They said that thing got up there, and next thing you know, they heard this awful scream, a girl scream. I mean, here she was. She had climbed that sleeper. She was hanging on to the windshield wipers and standing on top of the windshield screaming. He said, yeah, they put that thing, they brought it back down, didn't even have it fully emptied, and they kicked him off the property for life.
Wow.
So I looked at him, I said, well, one thing I'm sure of, and he goes, what? Not only did he lose his opportunity for making a delivery here, I guaranteed he didn't get a kiss that night. But yeah, I've been on dumps everywhere you go. You back it on there, you push a button, and it dumps. It is amazing when they work. When they don't work, and it can be a problem too. But I've even had drivers, they'll leave their motors running and put the truck on the dump, and I'm go, don't you understand, when that truck's sticking straight up in the air, the top of that engine ain't getting oil? I said, that's a terrible way to treat your boss's truck. But what do I know? But I loved how Monkey Gouger said that. It just brought back them memories. And I'm going to sit back, copy the mail, just absolutely enjoy the drivers tonight. And we'll just hang in there. And let you take the front door, Tim Ford.
All right, there you go. Thank you so much, Chevy Guy. Appreciate you checking in this morning. Be safe out there, and have a good morning. All right, we head down the home stretch for hour number 2 here, and we'll get back to your calls just ahead. Lines available at 844-3388. I guess to some extent it should be encouraging, which I feel encouraged to see some of these changes that are taking place in election law on a state-by-state basis. The only hope is that this H.R. 1 piece of legislation at the federal level does not pass. And I'm fairly confident they're not going to get the 60 votes in the Senate to pass H.R. 1, because we've been talking about this is how it's going to federalize the elections, requiring mail-in voting for all states. Everybody gets a ballot. Eliminating voter identification requirements in those states, which there are 33 states to date that actually require an identification to vote, and so many other things. It's a horrible, horrible piece of legislation geared toward keeping the Democrats in power forever. Georgia was one of those key states, as we all know. First of all, to the loss of Donald Trump. But most importantly right now, the loss of 2 Senate seats to Republicans taken by Democrats, which gave them that 50-50 split in the Senate, which essentially gives them the simple majority, with the tiebreakers being broke by the Vice President, Kamala Harris, at the moment. Let's start with the state of Georgia, again, which was a very crucial state. We know that a lot of weird things happened on election night in that state. This past day, the state Senate narrowly passed a bill that will end what they call no-excuse absentee voting. The deadline that bills must generally pass out of one chamber to remain alive for the session. The Senate bill is Bill 241 that will limit absentee voting to people ages 65 and older, those with a physical disability, or people that are going to be out of town on Election Day. Yeah, pretty much what absentee voting had been about for many, many years. Truck drivers, you've fallen into that category. In whatever state you reside in, if you don't know if you're going to be home on Election Day, you could go in and vote absentee on your home visit. This bill passed by a 29-20 vote. It now goes to the House for more debate. Now, bills have to get at least 29 votes for a majority in the 56-member Senate there in the state of Georgia. They just had enough. Several Republicans who could face tough re-election battles in quickly changing metro Atlanta districts were excused from the vote, including Senators John Albers, Kay Kirkpatrick, Brian Strickland, Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan, who's denounced efforts to try and limit who can vote absentee. Now, this is a push to roll back voting access in Georgia. We saw what unfolded, the Democrats scoring victories with the 2 Senate seats, of course, victories for the presidential election. Many of these proposals being floated targeting absentee voting. The Senate Majority Leader, Mike Dugan, the chief sponsor of the bill, said, "This surge in absentee ballots this last election caused a burden on county election officials. More than 1 million Georgians used the option in November as the COVID pandemic raged." Supposedly that was the rationale behind allowing more absentee voting and mail-in voting, but we saw the problems it caused come election night. And what some saw is buckets or totes full of ballots showing up, and where'd they come from? And it left a big question in many people's mind about, is this election on the up and up? So they're looking to kind of go back to, you vote on Election Day. They're still going to have some early voting, but we'll pick up on that story in our next hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Americans can expect to see a stimulus check from the COVID relief bill later this month, according to the White House. The $1.9 trillion package is expected to get final approval when it comes before the House later this week, with President Biden saying he'd sign it as soon as he receives it. The bill includes a $1,400 direct payment for most Americans. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says people can expect to receive their money this month, but that the exact details are still being hammered out.
The Treasury Department is working on what this looks like and what the processing looks like. As the president said on Friday, we expect a large number of Americans to receive relief by the end of the month. But in terms of the mechanics of it, Treasury just has to work through that.
And Wyoming has become the latest state to remove its mask mandate and restrictions on businesses. Governor Mark Gordon announced Monday that restaurants, bars, gyms, and theaters will be allowed to resume normal operations starting March 16th, citing falling numbers of new COVID cases and hospitalizations. This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day, friends. John and Chelsea Jubilee here. By now, surely you've heard us on Wayne, and you're wondering, what is this amazing protocol that reverses my medical ailments, helps me gain lean muscle, helps me drop my body fat, and gain hydration?
Well, let me tell you what it is. It's a scientific sequencing of 6 things that you're going to do for 88 days and 2 weeks. And in this scientific sequence, your cells are going to open up and become porous like a sponge instead of like a glass hard marble. Inside is going to come your intercellular hydration, and the eviction notice is coming to all the toxins and inflammation of your body. That's why you reverse. It's so simple. You have Chelsea and I every week as live coaches on a live Zoom call. All you have to do is call us today at 888-444-8895 or log on to energizehealth.com.
A Michigan high school student was hospitalized after accidentally detonating a homemade explosive Monday morning inside a classroom at Newaygo High School in west central Michigan. The 16-year-old was hospitalized with moderate to severe injuries. 4 classmates were also hospitalized with minor injuries. Police say they don't believe the student had any ill intent in bringing the explosive into class, nor was there any intent to detonate it. At the University of Kansas and head football coach Les Miles have agreed to part ways. The move comes following the release of a report alleging inappropriate conduct towards female students during his time at LSU. In a Monday evening statement, Kansas Athletic Director Jeff Long said he was disappointed for the school and everyone involved with the football program. The report released last week detailed an investigation conducted at LSU in 2013, accusing Miles of inappropriate behavior with female students. Miles has denied any inappropriate relations with the students, saying he was mentoring young women at the school. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
A final vote on the $1.9 trillion COVID relief plan could come as soon as Tuesday, with the measure expected to be sent to President Biden's desk. He says he plans on signing it as soon as he receives the bill. But Republicans are still not happy with the measure, even with some of the changes made in the Senate version of the package. Congressman Jody Hice says it's still full of egregious spending. The Georgia Republican tells Fox News that even with changes, the bill costs the American people way too much.
I mean, it's still just it's $2 trillion of wasteful spending. Look, the only way that you can stimulate the economy is to open it. But what good is it for us to charge the American people $5,700, give them back $1,400, and claim that that's a win while we're still in the process of keeping schools closed and businesses closed? The effort needs to be directed towards coming out of this pandemic and restoring the livelihoods of both individuals and businesses. And this bill does nothing of the sort. This is a continued pathway of bankrupting our country.
And 2 more tickets to the NCAA tournament were punched Monday night. UNC Greensboro will head to the big dance as the representatives of the Southern Conference. The top-seeded Spartans defeated Mercer in the finals of the SoCon tournament 69-61. And Appalachian State will return to the tournament for the first time since 2000. They defeated Georgia State 80-73 in the finals of the Sun Belt Conference tournament. The Mountaineers will be making just their 3rd all-time appearance in the NCAA tournament. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, that brings us right back at it for another hour as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. Got a Tuesday coming on here. And I invite you to support our sponsor. I'm here, and you're listening here. Yeah, thanks to the folks, primarily Chris Gabrelchik. He's the guy that controls the purse strings. He got us back on the radio, and we're continuing to grow. And go to hotshotsecret.com. If you have, anytime you place an order, when you get to checkout, simply use the coupon code, or I guess it'd be a discount code, Overnight Drive. That gets you 10% off your order. And you get an additional 10% off your order if you're a first responder, a veteran, or active duty, or a CDL holder, which many in our audience would be. So that gets you 20% off your order. Try those products out. And then, of course, Chris Gabrelchik joins us on the first Friday of each month to talk about products, answer your questions, things of that nature. And I love hearing back from some of those folks who've tried the products for the first time, especially. And I can call and let him know what a difference it made. Boy, this stuff really does what you say it does. And just saying, right? Because that's what keeps the program going. Now, back to the state of Georgia, trying to cut back on anybody and their brother being able to vote absentee. I mean, the problems arise when people vote absentee and potentially show up again to vote in person on Election Day. I know there's supposed to be measures in place to prevent someone from being able to double vote. But I think a lot of that happens. Absentee ballots, or mail-in ballots, I should say, in many cases being cast, and then people showing up to vote on Election Day. Think about it, especially in states where they accept a mail-in ballot. In some states, it was up to 10, 12 days after the election. What if an individual had their mail-in ballot and dropped it in the mail 1 or 2 days before the election? It hasn't arrived to the Board of Elections, and then they show up on Election Day because they want to make sure that their candidate wins. I just have a sneaky suspicion in a lot of cases those kind of things would go, would slip through the cracks. They're not detecting it. Well, wait a minute, this individual voted on Election Day, and then we got a mail-in ballot. Like I said, I know there's supposed to be checks and balances in place, but it just leaves that perception in so many people's minds. Why are we so hell-bent and determined on getting away from casting your ballot on Election Day. Yeah, the way that it's typically always been. It's not that damn difficult. And yes, you have the opportunity to early vote. Some places you got 20, 30 days of early voting. I think Georgia had 29 days where you could go into the Board of Elections and cast your ballot. This new legislation is looking to cut that down to 20 days, but over a 20-day period, isn't that plenty of time? Isn't that ample time? Democrats in the chamber say this is a direct reaction to Donald Trump's claims of fraud. And, of course, it would disproportionately affect voters of color, they say. This is to prevent massive voter turnout from happening again, especially in minority communities. Our new voters who are turning 18 and hardworking Georgians. All right, so the debate goes on. That was the state of Georgia again, I think, looking to cut it back to 20 days of early voting. And they also want the House bill would require a photo identification if you're going to vote absentee. What's wrong with that? What's the problem with presenting an identification? I had shared a couple days ago the little piece. Someone had posted the little meme about, I have to have an ID to buy alcohol. I have to have an ID to purchase a home. I have to have an ID to open a bank account. I have to have an ID to purchase cigarettes. There were 6 items on the list. What was numbers? I said, well, I guess the only conclusion I can draw is that, minorities don't own a home. Oh, that's right. It was have a job. You got to have an ID to get a job, right? You got to prove your identity, that you're eligible. I mean, that's all. These are legitimate, honest to goodness facts. So are the Democrats trying to say that if you're in a minority, you don't own a home, you don't smoke, you don't drink, you don't have a bank account, you don't have a house, you don't. That's essentially what they're saying, if you ask me. To which I would say that should be, that's degrading to any minority. Because the broad assumption is you don't have any of those things. But you can vote without an identification. Does that make sense? All right, with that, Iowa is another state that is also making some changes. A bill that would make it harder to vote early, potentially eroding one of the key aspects of the Democrat campaigns. Republicans said the rules are needed to guard against voter fraud. We saw irregularities in November's election. Record turnout with no hint of problems in that state. But election integrity has to be protected. This law provides election officials consistent parameters for Election Day, absentee voting, and database maintenance. All of these steps promote more transparency and accountability, which will give Iowans greater confidence to cast their ballot. Now, this was actually signed into law by the governor yesterday. This is a done deal. Democrats said they're examining their reliance on early voting in the last election. More than 70% of Democrats voted early. Now, again, much of that was supposedly all about the COVID, right? They made these changes. They made these exceptions because they didn't want crowds gathering at the polling locations, having a difficult time finding poll workers due to the COVID. Well, is it fair to say come this November, or especially November of 2022, which is going to be the next key election, that the COVID issue should be way behind us by that point in time? That's my assumption. Let me see. We don't have to wait to get people registered to vote. We don't have to wait to have Democrats talking with their neighbors in rural and metropolitan areas in the state about how these harmful pieces of legislation are being forced through. That's the Democrat Party chair in the state of Iowa. I may stand corrected. I said Georgia was looking to cut the early voting days from 29 to 20. It looks like this is the one here in Iowa. I'm not sure how many early days of voting Georgia has. But they're looking to shorten from 29 to 20 days for early voting. It also requires that most mail ballots be received by Election Day, rather than counting votes that are postmarked by Election Day that arrive by noon the Monday following the election. Those are the kind of scenarios where you say, we were talking about this even prior to the November election. In these states that are going to accept ballots 10, 12, 14 days after Election Day, you pretty much know on election night, hey, we're short 20,000 votes. We got to come up with 20,000 votes somehow. How are we going to do that? Well, yeah, lo and behold, we've got 14 days for these ballots to show up. I mean, how much does it happen? I guess we'll never know because the courts don't want to hear or see any of the cases in regards to what transpired with these election law changes. I think the Supreme Court just threw out the last 3 cases, petitions that were filed by the Trump administration. Some sort of a technicality that they didn't file the cases by January the 6th, which was the certification day of the election, so they're not even going to hear the cases. It's all, water under the bridge, past tense. But you got to admit it does definitely that big red flag in a lot of people's mind, the integrity of the elections. We all want to believe that everybody gets an opportunity to vote, one person, and they all get counted. That's the way it's supposed to work. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. So I guess we'll have to see how the Pluto Duo does tonight. I did go back and listen, and I saw a couple of comments there on YouTube, at least, that the headset was kind of fading in and out for my modulation there through the call last night. Correct. So I've talked to a few other people with it. Nobody said anything, but it did sound kind of like what Chris's problem was on Friday.
Yes.
That, if you'd hear him for a little bit, and then he'd fade away and be off in the distance and then come back. So I don't know if it was my end or the cellular or what the whole deal was, but yeah, my call to you last night was, can I say rotten, horrible, terrible?
It started off fine, but
didn't sound good at all.
It started fine, and then you're right. It did start. You kind of started doing the fade in and out thing. So
yeah,
I don't know.
Anyways,
I know Heatwave uses one, and he never seems to have those issues. Pappy's been using his. He's not had any of those sort of issues, and I don't know if
Dave calls in with his.
Are there parameters or anything as far as settings that you can change on phones if you have those kind of issues? It sounded odd. Did you make some changes yesterday or no?
I didn't change anything from the previous headset to this one. I didn't do anything. So as far as I mean that's a way above my pay grade, Your Honor. I don't have a smartphone. I have a smarter than me phone. That thing is way advanced, well more than what I can even. I can get in trouble with that phone. If I walked into a bank with that phone, it'd probably say I was a bank robber and alert somebody or something. I could be in all kinds of trouble with that thing. But anyways, hey, speaking of your voting there, do you mean that I wasn't supposed to take my mail-in ballot and drop it at the mailbox at the post office on my way to the voting booth on Election Day last year?
That is correct.
I wasn't supposed to do that?
Not supposed to do that, no. What do you reckon the likelihood that some people did that are?
Oh, I'm sure a lot of people did. Right on your way to the ballot box there. Well, let's drop off this mail-in one on the way because the post office is right around the corner. So anyways, did you happen to catch what This woman came out. I don't know where they found her. This woman came out of the woodwork. This Hillary Clinton. Do you remember Hillary Clinton?
The name kind of rings a bell.
Did you happen to?
Where does she show up at?
Well, she's up in New York apparently, and she's saying that we should wait until we hear all the facts about Andrew Cuomo before we do anything.
Oh, okay.
In the middle of her statement, I was saying, was she talking about Donald Trump? No, she couldn't have been talking about Donald Trump because you convict before you get the facts, right? In Donald Trump's case, but yeah, for Andrew Cuomo, we're supposed to wait and have an investigation and wait and hear all the answers and have the facts come out before we make a decision. You should see if you could find that. Maybe play that clip. I don't know. Can you play clips yet? Have you figured out how to do that? If you find like a news clip, can you play something yet?
Not yet.
But anyways, for anybody out there, if you can find the YouTube of it or a news feed or something, it's just, here it is all over again. It's the rules are one way for one side, and here's the rules for our side. Oh, they're not the same, Because look at Kavanaugh. Remember what they said when that Ford woman came out with Kavanaugh? You must believe the victim. Isn't that what Schumer was standing there banging on his poppet and saying? You must believe the victim. You can't believe Kavanaugh, who's an outstanding judge for 30-some years, 20, 30-some years.
Well, who else said that, Horse Feathers? There was a guy by the name of Andrew Cuomo that said that exact same thing. Huh?
Did he?
He did.
Jeez. Well, I tell you, somebody ought to play that back to him, shouldn't they? So, but anyways, hey, one of the things I was calling about there was, have you heard anything about minor league baseball at all? Are we going to have minor league baseball this year? Because I know last year they just told everybody in the minors that, you're sitting home, and I guess some of them got paid. I don't know if all of them did, but I know they're talking. I don't even know if anybody's made a decision about the majors for this year, whether they're going to have an amended season again, or I heard you saying something about the doubleheaders were going to be 7-inning games again this year. But I was just wondering, what's going to happen to the guys down in the minors this year? They have anything slated at all? Do you know?
Boy, I know it seems like a few weeks ago I heard some discussions about that. They were they talking about maybe delaying it again this year. I'll have to double check.
Okay. Well, I guess other than that, we're getting ready for. Oh, I think that guy Heat Wave is coming to the East Coast here, to the Mid-Atlantic there by the sounds of it. We're supposed to be like 70 degrees or plus on, I think, Thursday. So, I don't know. I didn't know he was coming to visit. Maybe we'll have to get the sheets all washed and changed in the spare bedroom there if he's going to be out this way. Maybe you want a place to stay or something.
Okay.
But, anyways, I don't know. Maybe we can't socialize because we all don't have the COVID shot. What's the deal with that now? If you get the COVID shot, you don't have to wear a mask and all that unless you're really out and around people. Then they want you to, because you could be asymptomatic and not know it with the COVID shot and still be able to pass the virus along to people
if you've had the vaccine and I've had the vaccine, we're supposed to be allowed to get together and we don't have to wear masks. But if the two of us are together in a room with other people that maybe haven't had the vaccine, we should still wear a mask.
Wow. Okay. So, but they were saying that they aren't good. If you've had the vaccine, they don't want you to do any COVID testing. From what I heard, they don't want you to come back and retest unless you actually have symptoms of the COVID. Then I guess you can. But you can walk around all asymptomatic, and they say that you're not supposed to be able to give it away. But well, maybe you can give it away, but we're not sure. But really, you shouldn't be able to. But
that's pretty much it. Isn't that what we've heard from the very beginning? It depends on who you ask. I mean, Dr. Fauci is still now saying that, he's talking about, we've got another wave coming. There's a fourth wave coming now.
Yeah, wave after wave. Can't we just wave goodbye to Dr. Fauci? Can't we just make a fifth wave and just wave goodbye, be done with him. At least we did get rid of Dr. Burks there, and Miss Scarf.
Dr.
Got
Scarf,
rid of her, I think. But yeah, boy. But anyways, well, I guess with that, Your Honor, if I come up with something else there, I'll let you know later. But as far as Rhonda goes, I haven't ever practiced or done anything with any of those other treatments there for hands or wrists. But the one thing I say is I've never gripped the wheel real tight. I've always just kind of let my hands rest on the wheel. And all these rough roads around here in Baltimore and DC and that I have, there's times that I just let my hands loose on the wheel. And what was that song that I think it was Carrie Underwood did? Jesus, take the wheel, because I know I can't hang on to it.
Yep, right.
So anyways, well, with all that nonsense, hopefully the call went better today, and I tried to speak more evenly and more consistent volume. So maybe that helped. That maybe I had a tone that went up and down or something that hurt it. So
sounded much better tonight. Yes, because last night I thought maybe you have to do some technical adjustments or whatever. All right, real quick, Major League Baseball informed teams last week that the start of the 21 AAA season is going to be delayed by a month. As a result, clubs will operate alternate training sites, similar to those used during the shortened 2020 season. AAA season initially was scheduled to begin April the 6th. Games will be pushed back to early May. Around the same time, the AA and Class A season are expected to start. Some AAA teams tentatively are set to begin their seasons May the 4th, with the rest a couple days later. This is a prudent step to complete the Major League and Minor League seasons as safely as possible. And we look forward to having fans back in ballparks around the country very soon. According to the Executive Vice President of Baseball Operations, with the pandemic causing the cancellation of the 2020 season, alternate sites were set up as part of the health and safety protocols, providing a nearby location for clubs to train and develop players during the shortened campaign. It's still undetermined how many players will be permitted at the alternate sites this year. Last year, clubs submitted 60-man player pools. Those who were included in a player pool but weren't on the active roster were able to train at the alternate site. The difference this year is there will be a concurrent minor league spring training taking place in April, giving clubs more options on how to get their minor league players ready for the season. All right, meanwhile, the delay of the season increases the chance players will be able to get vaccinated before the season starts as the COVID vaccine continues to get rolled out around the country. So there you go. That was the announcement from sometime last week. The update on the AAA season. Of course, I know that preseason baseball in the major leagues is underway, right? Games being played. All right, we'll get a news break here and back to your calls just ahead at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A final vote on the $1.9 trillion COVID relief plan could come as soon as Tuesday, with the measure expected to be sent to President Biden's desk. He says he plans on signing it as soon as he receives it, but some disagree that it's the solution to the problems brought by the pandemic. Senator Tim Scott calls the bill a progressive payment plan. The South Carolina Republican tells Fox News that the bill provides states that don't need it with a bailout.
California, that is predicted to have a $19 billion surplus, gets $40 billion out of the fund of $350 billion set aside for states who need help. If you don't need help, you shouldn't get it. And why is the taxpayer, or why are all taxpayers funding and subsidizing blue states that have surpluses?
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Pastor Greg, host of the Chosen Generation Radio Show. I like discounts, and I bet you do too. If you're age 50 or older, the Association of Mature American Citizens, AMAC for short, has plenty of discounts available for their members. airlines, hotels, restaurants, auto insurance, and help with your Medicare plans. What I like most about AMAC is they understand my values and they're fighting for them every day. Unlike the other guys that just talk a good game, AMAC is actually holding to my biblical Christian American constitutional values. It feels good to belong to a true American organization. Why don't you join me by calling them at 855-696-7930. That's 855-696-7930. Again, the number is 855-696-7930. And use the promo code Pastor Greg. That's Pastor Greg. And get your first year on me.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we settle back in here. Let me see. COVID update, real quick, like. First of all, the numbers are getting better. Much better. In part, as the vaccination effort picks up speed. New cases nationwide, they tell us, rose 1.5% in the week that ended this past Sunday. Now, how low is that? That is the slowest increase since it all started almost a year ago. All right, so that's much better. In the past week, on average of 2.16 million vaccine doses being administered per day. Total number of shots now at 90.4 million, according to the Bloomberg Vaccine Tracker. And then, of course, at the same time, many state and local governments are easing some of the mitigation measures. Warmer weather, family holidays approach. Now, the virus, that's what Fauci was saying yesterday. We see the most encouraging report we've seen so far, the lowest number of increased infections since the whole damn thing started a year ago. But Fauci says, this is not the time to let your guard down. The number of cases is still too high. And this rush to lift restrictions is going to cause another surge in cases. The UK variant, the much more contagious, 50 to 70% more contagious than the original strain. It's popping up, and we're going to be going backwards. you don't know who to believe, right? Now, how about people who have received the vaccine? We know there are many, many who are concerned about the safety of the vaccine. I know someone who's a pharmacist, and she said, hey, I'm educated enough to know that this vaccine, there's, I guess, if you're signing on the dotted line when you take it, that you're not going to come back if something happens 2-3 years down the road, because they've all been, what is the word? They've all been approved for the emergency use basis. Technically, they haven't really gone through all the protocol that a vaccination would typically go through, which takes long time. Years in most cases. She said, with my education, I just feel that it's prudent to wait. Now, everyone gets to make their own decisions. Everybody gets to make their own choice. I have nothing against you if you want to be the first in line. I have nothing against you if you want to pause, wait, give it some time. How many people have had adverse reactions? All right, so we've had, the number I just shared was somewhere in excess of, we've had 90 million vaccine doses given to date. There have been a total of, they're saying, 19,769 adverse event reports. 472 people died after receiving the Moderna vaccine. 489 died after getting the Pfizer vaccine. 5 others died after getting a shot from an unknown manufacturer, according to Newsweek. So percentage-wise, that's pretty low, right? Not bad at all. Or is it compared to other vaccinations? According to the Times, the death rate of the COVID mRNA vaccine is quite a bit higher, much higher than that of the flu vaccine. The flu vaccine associated with, now get a load of this, 0.0000265% of deaths. That's people vaccinated in 2019. You got 4 zeros. COVID-19 vaccine rate of death is 0.0023. So just 2 zeros. Again, percentage-wise, very, very minuscule, 0.0023%. I guess they say it's kind of the price you pay, that there's a risk. There's always a risk involved anytime you take any vaccination. All right, with that, let's get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. Hang in there. We got Big Sexy coming up next. First of all, I'm not seeing a name, but who we got on the line here?
Oh, it's your repeat offender.
Hello, Rhonda.
When I was at Walton after I got fuel, and this has happened 2 or 3 times tonight, and I've had to go from the app to YouTube, and then I finally got it on Facebook where it wasn't dropping out. But the best way for me to listen to you is on the phone. But I am getting music play over on the callers when I'm listening on Facebook or YouTube. I'm getting where they fall off, and I'm getting like the warm-up music, lock-up music, whatever you call it. I'm getting that when some of the guys are talking or some of the girls are talking. It's only for a couple of seconds, but it goes over them. Now, it doesn't do it when you're doing the news. It doesn't do it when you are doing the, like your articles and stuff. But when you got callers on, I'm getting little bits and pieces of music in there.
At the same time, so like the callers not dropping out and the music coming on, or are they both, you're hearing both at the same time?
No, it's like the music's overriding them a little bit, I think.
Okay, that's
and I don't know where it's coming from, but it's overriding. The caller will fade out, and then the music will come through, or maybe the music is drowning them out. I'm not sure. But I don't know if I can leave you a 15. Well, I couldn't leave you a 15-second message anyways because I can't do anything in 15 seconds. I mean, you know that. You know. But I didn't know if I could leave you a message to that effect and then, just go back to listening to the radio. I don't get that when I'm listening to you on the phone when I'm on hold.
Sure.
Okay. So I don't know what you can do about it. I don't know, but I didn't hear anybody else saying anything about it. But then I got to wondering when Horse Feathers said something and he had my head spinning. Thank you very much, Horse Feathers. I voted absentee. I walked right up to the mailbox out in front of the voting booth and stuck a sucker in the box and away I went. 2 minutes to vote. I'd already filled out the paperwork. Dropped it in the box when my friend went in to do her absentee vote, and I went back, set the car, and had a cigarette. Now, I have a foam padded with foam steering wheel. I know I'm bouncing all over, but I'm trying to remember everything so I don't have to do you a third time.
Right.
And I try not to hang on, I don't grip the steering wheel. I do a lot of the laying on there, but I've hit some bumps on 75 coming through Kentucky tonight. In the middle lane that will just yank the wheel right out of your hand. And it's like, that's what's the majority of my issues. I mean, I've had several surgeries for different things being beat up out here, and I don't know if that's something different that, maybe a female thing, and I should have started taking calcium when I was 20 before I ever started driving one of these dad blame things.
Right.
I don't know, but I've had neck surgery, I've had gallbladder surgery, I've had gastric bypass surgery from driving with the left hand and eating with the right. I know what caused that. Too much fried chicken with the right hand while the left hand didn't work when I still shifted. So, and the carpal tunnel and that, I've had that. I've got a plate and 2 screws in my neck. I set off my own metal detector. So, but I'm trying the copper fit right now, and I'll look around. I heard the gal that you read her message that she had tried something else too.
Yep.
But it's from the steering wheel jerking me so bad. Is a lot of it. So I think I told somebody on 75 in Michigan one day, if I'd have known it was going to get this bad, I'd have worn 2 sports bras back in the day when they were where they were supposed to be.
Uh-oh.
So, hey, I didn't cuss.
I hear you.
I didn't cuss. But I mean, and I don't know if it's because I'm old and beat up or and they bother me more or if the roads are worse. I think the roads are worse. So, but, I wanted to let you know about that music thing. And then Horse Feathers got on there and then my eyes started swinging and twitching and all that kind of stuff when he did that about drop your absentee ballot on the way to the voting booth. It's like, I dropped it right in front of the building. And then I went back and sat in the car. So.
But you didn't drop your absentee ballot in the mail and then go in and vote. That's the kicker.
No, heck no.
Okay.
They had a booth right. Well, when you do we've had that discussion 100 times about the difference between absentee and mail in. Okay, there's a difference. You have to request an absentee ballot. You have to put some kind of an identification number on there. You either have to put your driver's license or your social security number or something else on there. Okay? So, I think I use my driver's license because I can't cause too much damage with that. But I mean, I walked in, I told the gal, I said, hey, I got my absentee ballot. She said, you see that box over there? I said, yep. She said, drop it right on down that slot. We'll get it at the end of the day. I said, okay. Hey, Dottie, I'm going back to the truck. I'm going to go have a cigarette. I won't tell you what she said.
Oh, boy.
Because she was sitting inside doing it then. So, but, yeah, so, but maybe you can figure out. If I hear it again, now, can I leave you a message on that 15-second thing?
Yeah, I see you
if
did.
I can give you like,
You did leave me a message.
because I didn't know if I hit the pound sign, if I didn't stay connected, if it would just swish me off into the trash.
Yeah, I guess
I didn't know.
What you got
But if I get it where I have a specific time,
you got like 15. It says.
Would that help you?
I know that some people have issues. I mean, people, since you've been talking, Ron, I've had several people on the comments saying everything good on YouTube here, everything good on Facebook here. Then one guy said it's been doing it on the app a little bit this morning. So I mean, it seems to vary from one night to the next, from one person to the next. Some nights different than others. So.
Okay. Well, I didn't know if it would help you if you had a specific time as to when it happened to where you could go listen. I don't know, because I go through till I get to the best connection. Because your conversation and whoever you're talking to will just stop on all of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll get the tapping on the screen of my phone and it'll come back, But Facebook, didn't seem to be doing it.
Yeah, right. I mean, it doesn't
dropping.
It can't happen on Facebook and YouTube. It's the app stream. And right now, tonight, Kyle said the app stream's been working fine. So if it's happening on your Facebook and YouTube, that tells me it's on your end. Maybe bad cell phone service.
On the signal.
Yeah, it's like maybe the phone can't handle the bandwidth or something, but.
Why would it be so much better, though, if I was sitting here on hold?
Well,
if I was losing like cell service on the Facebook or the YouTube, why would it not? I mean,
well, when you're on hold, you're listening.
Know.
You're listening directly to the show. From this end. If you're on like YouTube, and I think
you're all going through the internet.
You're right, and I think it pauses, actually. Some people have called in and held for 20 minutes or something. They've gone back and they start listening again. They say, what the hell's going on? Because then they hear their call come up because it kind of like paused, and they didn't realize that it was pausing the show when they dialed in or whatever.
Looking for them.
Yeah. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, well. I didn't know if you knew it was doing it, playing the music over the calls or not. So I just figured I'd let you know.
Again, not supposed to be. It's not the YouTube or the Facebook. If it is on the YouTube or the Facebook, that's got to be your end. Yeah, sometimes for the stream itself, for the app, the Android app, that's been having off and on. And typically, I can tell when a lot of people are having issues because you can see the number of people that are tuned in, and the numbers are good at this hour. If they're having all those issues, they tend to drop off and say, oh, well, I'm going to try something else. Let's see, an update here. We all recall the horrific crash a week ago yesterday, last Monday. That SUV with about 24 people crammed in it. That horrific crash with the tractor trailer killed over a dozen people. Part of a cross-border smuggling operation. According to sources within Customs and Border Patrol, the smugglers entered the U.S. after a hole was cut in the border fence near Calexico, California. Now, we know Joe Biden had reversed Trump's Remain in Mexico policy, promising amnesty, allowing unaccompanied migrant children into the country. We've seen this surge crossing the border in the last several weeks. But in that crash, 14 people, including the driver, died in that crash. You had 25 people jammed into an SUV at one time. According to a new report, each of those aliens involved in that crash paid up to $10,000 to be smuggled across the border. The remaining survivors will be deported once they recover from their injuries, unless they file an asylum claim, according to the report from Fox News. My question, though, how do they come up paying between $5,000 and $10,000 to be smuggled across the border? Guatemalan immigrants apparently were the ones paying the highest fee. Ages ranged from 15 to 53. It was a mix of males and females. This report, though, says the blood is on the hands of Open Borders Joe. Open Borders Joe. There you go. All right. What's happening with Big Sexy this morning? What do you say?
Well, Steve, I'm having problems with that app too. Listening on the app, the caller will fade out, music will come on, and then the music will fade back out, and the caller will come back on, and it'll completely just pause, and I have to redo it. Matter of fact, it got so bad a while ago, I just went away from the app, and I'm listening on Facebook now.
I think that's what
I've had problems with it.
I think that's typically what happens. Yeah, I mean, they go back to, for whatever reason, the YouTube, the Facebook, that seems to be fine. I guess the only problem with that is so many of the drivers didn't like to have the light on the phone or whatever. So
that's what I liked about the app. I didn't have to have that phone staring me in the face. I had to put it down there in my cup holder down on the floor when it's on Facebook, so I don't have that. By close out the screen, then it stops the Facebook, so you have to have the screen up to hear you on Facebook. So that's what I liked about the app, but the app's acting up, and it has been for over a week now. I just been listening to you on Facebook. I don't know what they can do about that, or I even tried uninstalling the app and reinstalling it to see if that fixed it. That didn't fix it.
I guess you've done everything that you're supposed to do. I know that's what it's supposed to be, so.
So hopefully they'll get that straightened out.
Yeah.
And I'd rather listen on the app as Facebook, but hopefully they'll get that straightened out. You're talking about the severe weather for later in the week. We're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of the F3 tornado that tore through Jonesboro down here, the closest big town.
Yeah,
And they're
Nashville.
still recovering from that. Now they're talking about severe weather again.
Yes, sir.
So,
and I know they're talking
I hope
like
we missed out on that.
there was last night. I was sharing that the forecasters are saying that this setup for the spring severe weather season is kind of reminiscent to what we had for the setup back in 2011, where that was 10 years ago, when it was a horrific tornado season, a lot of deaths. I mean, that was the year I think we had three or four EF5 tornadoes that year. It was just unprecedented. And that's because of the whole La Nina setup with the atmospheric conditions and the ocean water temperatures and all that. So it's supposed to be very similar this year. Let's hope that doesn't come to play.
Yes, let's do hope. Being a Skywarn storm spotter, I'd rather not have to get out in it, but, if it happens, I'll be out there spotting.
All right. Well, it may be a very, I heard some of the storm chaser guys saying it looks like it may be a very active storm chaser season coming on here. And yes, some of that may get underway coming up this weekend. All right. Who sent me the story from Live Science? I didn't realize. They're kind of questioning the same thing. Oklahomans facing something you don't typically face, coming face to face with what they described as popsicle-like alligators. Their snouts were sticking straight out of the icy water. This is going back when that cold snap hit here several weeks ago. Why were the alligators snorkeling in such cold weather? Why weren't they sunning on the banks or hiding in their burrows? And who the heck knew Oklahoma even had alligators? The news of the snorkeling alligators sparked a debate on social media over whether alligators, alligator Mississippianus, were a native or introduced species to that state. According to an 1866 description of an alligator written in an Oklahoma man's diary, it appears they are native, although other alligators have been introduced to the wetlands in the southeastern corner of the state since then. according to the Oklahoma Department of Wildlife Conservation. As for the alligator's weird snorkeling behavior, that is completely normal. Yeah, whenever it ices over, this is the natural response we see in alligators. Since the water they were in froze over, they had to create a snorkel. So they tipped their nose out of the water to keep some ice-free waters, so they were still able to breathe. Alligators are cold-blooded. Their body temperature fluctuates with the ambient temperature. That's why alligators are often found basking in the sun or camping out in burrows with air pockets they've dug into the banks on the lakes and the waterways. But when freezing temperatures hit their habitats, they don't bask on the bank, as the cold air can actually be colder than the water. Instead of hanging out in their burrows, where they might become trapped under the water if the water freezes over, they oftentimes swim to the surface and go snorkeling, as they say, making sure they have enough oxygen. Now, if the water's cold but not yet frozen over, alligators will often swim into deeper waters, which would be warmer than the shallow water. But yeah, they shared some photographs there of down in Oklahoma, the alligators, snouts sticking out of the icy waters. Okay, that's typical behavior. Couple minutes before we hit top of the hour news update, and let me see here. Yeah, wait, let's jump on here with, is it the Indiana Road Runner or somebody's Road Runner? Hello?
Hey, how you doing, Steve?
I'm doing well. What's going on?
Good. This is Motor City Road. This is my first time calling. I'm a first-time caller.
Okay.
Yeah, you're back on radio. I mean, back on. I missed you, man.
Now, is this devious? Yeah, your cell's breaking up something awful here, but yeah, okay. Well, yeah, I'm glad you found us back. You just find us?
I've been listening to you since you've been back on.
Oh, okay.
And one of the guys told me, how to get you. Said you was on YouTube, so that's how I got you.
All right, listening on YouTube. Well, hey, you're kind of like in between cells right now, but I'll tell you what, if you can hear me, I've taken your number down, and as a first-time caller, I'll get you a code out. How does that sound? You can try some of the Hot Shot Secret products, $60 worth of whatever you want to purchase. Shipping's included. They'll get it to your door. How's that sound?
That's all good. I got a question. Can you put that stuff in a lawnmower?
In a lawnmower?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would use the FR3, the friction reducer. FR3 it's called. Just get you a bottle. You can put some in your vehicle, your automobile, or your truck. And put it don't take much.
Okay.
Just be a little bit that you'd put in the lawnmower kind of thing. But absolutely.
Okay, I appreciate it.
All right. Well, watch your you got to watch your text messages. That's going to text you a code that you'll use at checkout when you go to hotshotsecret.com. All righty? Well, there you go. Whatever his handle was. He sounded kind of like, remember Devious that used to call the show? And I don't think we've heard from Devious here on the new platform, but maybe one of these days you'll find us. All right, share it with your friends. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Americans can expect to see a stimulus check from the COVID relief bill later this month, according to the White House. The $1.9 trillion package is expected to get final approval when it comes before the House later this week. with President Biden saying he'd sign it as soon as he receives it. The bill includes a $1,400 direct payment for most Americans. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says people can expect to receive their money this month, but that the exact details are still being hammered out.
The Treasury Department is working on what this looks like and what the processing looks like. As the president said on Friday, we expect a large number of Americans to receive relief by the end of the month. But in terms of the mechanics of it, Treasury just has to work through that.
And Wyoming has become the latest state to remove its mask mandate and restrictions on businesses. Governor Mark Gordon announced Monday that restaurants, bars, gyms, and theaters will be allowed to resume normal operations starting March 16th, citing falling numbers of new COVID cases and hospitalizations. This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day, friends. John and Chelsea Jubilee here. By now, surely you've heard us on Wayne, and you're wondering, what is this amazing protocol that reverses my medical ailments, helps me gain lean muscle, helps me drop my body fat, and gain hydration?
Well, let me tell you what it is. It's a scientific sequencing of 6 things that you're going to do for 88 days and 2 weeks. And in this scientific sequence, your cells are going to open up and become porous like a sponge instead of like a glass hard marble. Inside is going to come your intercellular hydration, and the eviction notice is coming to all the toxins and inflammation of your body. That's why you reverse. It's so simple. You have Chelsea and I every week as live coaches on a live Zoom call. All you have to do is call us today at 888-444-8895 or log on to energizehealth.com.
A Michigan high school student was hospitalized after accidentally detonating a homemade explosive Monday morning inside a classroom at Newaygo High School in west central Michigan. The 16-year-old was hospitalized with moderate to severe injuries. 4 classmates were also hospitalized with minor injuries. Police say they don't believe the student had any ill intent in bringing the explosive into class, nor was there any intent to detonate it. And the University of Kansas and head football coach Les Miles have agreed to part ways. The move comes following the release of a report alleging inappropriate conduct towards female students during his time at LSU. In a Monday evening statement, Kansas Athletic Director Jeff Long said he was disappointed for the school and everyone involved with the football program. The report released last week detailed an investigation conducted at LSU in 2013, accusing Miles of inappropriate behavior with female students. Miles has denied any inappropriate relations with the students, saying he was mentoring young women at the school. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
A final vote on the $1.9 trillion COVID relief plan could come as soon as Tuesday, with the measure expected to be sent to President Biden's desk. He says he plans on signing it as soon as he receives the bill. But Republicans are still not happy with the measure, even with some of the changes made in the Senate version of the package. Congressman Jody Hice says it's still full of egregious spending. The Georgia Republican tells Fox News that even with changes, the bill costs the American people way too much.
I mean, it's still just it's $2 trillion of wasteful spending. Look, the only way that you can stimulate the economy is to open it. But what good is it for us to charge the American people $5,700, give them back $1,400, and claim that that's a win while we're still in the process of keeping schools closed and businesses closed? The effort needs to be directed towards coming out of this pandemic and restoring the livelihoods of both individuals and businesses. And this bill does nothing of the sort. This is a continued pathway of bankrupting our country.
And 2 more tickets to the NCAA tournament were punched Monday night. UNC Greensboro will head to the big dance as the representatives of the Southern Conference. The top-seeded Spartans defeated Mercer in the finals of the SoCon tournament 69-61. And Appalachian State will return to the tournament for the first time since 2000. They defeated Georgia State 80-73 in the finals of the Sun Belt Conference tournament. The Mountaineers will be making just their 3rd all-time appearance in the NCAA tournament. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Everybody's been asking the same question. Where's Joe? Sleepy Joe, Uncle Joe, whatever you... Creepy Joe, what do you call him? Got Kaylee McEnany asking that question. Where's Joe? Why hasn't he held a press conference? To which she says, I think his staff doesn't have faith that he can stand at the podium and have a press conference the way President Trump did so many times. Now, of course, Kaylee is the former White House press secretary, the final before the election. And she was on Fox Business this past day, kind of criticizing Joe for not having a press conference for 44 days into the administration. Will Joe have a press conference or a news conference at some point? She said the pressure is mounting when you have even left-wing outlets kind of calling him out for this. But I'd say it's extraordinary that he hasn't taken any questions. Certainly a 100-year record. Now, this is not unprecedented. The basement strategy is what he employed on the campaign trail. He went something like 50 days. He took questions twice. And when he did, they were all hand-picked questions. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki took questions on Friday as to why the president hasn't held a press conference. To which she said basically he's too busy. One reporter asked point blank, why the delay? When can we expect the president to hold a press conference? Now, as typical, Circle Back Girl says, not directly answering the question, quote, well, first of all, as you know, the president takes questions several times a week. Yeah, he took questions actually yesterday, which is an opportunity for the people covering the White House to ask him about whatever news is happening on every given day. We look forward to holding a full press conference in the coming weeks before the end of the month, and we're setting a final date for that. As soon as we know, we'll let you know. But this president came in during a horrific crisis, 2 horrific crises, a pandemic like the country's not seen in decades and decades, and an economic downturn, millions of people out of work. So I think the American people would certainly understand if his focus and energy and all his attention has been on ensuring we secure enough vaccines to vaccinate the American people, which we will do by the end of May, and then pushing for a rescue plan. Direct paychecks to almost 160 million Americans. That's where his time, his energy, and his focus has been. Now, in the meantime, he takes multiple questions multiple times a week. Okay. The reporter responded that the current format that the President Biden taking questions is not an ideal forum for us to be asking questions. He can't hear us at the time. We get maybe 2 questions and then we're shuffled out. So why hasn't he answered questions from the press at this point? Is it just that he's too busy? Psaki responded, pretty much repeating what she already said. Now, McEnany stressed the point, Biden's staff allegedly making such decisions for him, stating that he said that he'd be happy to take questions if that's what he's supposed to do. Kind of paraphrasing Biden himself. See, again, I mentioned on last evening's program, you go back over the weekend or late last week, whenever that Zoom meeting was taking place between Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden, at the point where he was kind of asking Nancy, can I take questions from those who were in the listening audience? And immediately the feed went dead. They pulled the plug. All right, so later in the day, I guess this past day, apparently we are going to hear something official from Joe this week. His first prime time address, they say. He will speak to the nation Thursday night. He'll be commemorating the 1-year anniversary of the COVID shutdown. He'll remember the lost lives and the sacrifices made during the pandemic, and he'll talk about getting the country back to normal. March the 11th is significant because on that day last year, the World Health Organization declared the coronavirus is a global pandemic. All right, at which point then President Donald Trump addressed the nation a few hours later and announced new measures to confront the health crisis at the time. But a full year into the official announcement of the pandemic globally. Now, I see there are those already making wagering how far into Joe's comments, whatever he's going to have to say Thursday night, will he get before he starts screwing things up? The wages are coming in. The bets are on. Meanwhile, we get back to the calls at 844-844-3388. Steve, what's happening this morning?
Hey, good morning, Steve.
Morning.
How are you?
Good.
I'm going to put a wager on there, Steve, and I'm going to say that prime time, whatever it is that Joe Biden is going to give, is not going to be live. That's going to be a taped episode, edited, no doubt about it. Come on.
So you think they'll make it look like he's walking up to the podium and all that? Looks like the real deal to me, but of course we'd never know if it's live or Memorex, right?
Right. Yeah, taped, edited. I mean, come on. He was reading from a teleprompter last week in Houston, and I think I sent you that video of him. It was pretty disturbing. He didn't even know where he was at. He couldn't pronounce the congressman's names.
Yep.
And I lost. I'm not on track. I'm off track here.
What am I doing?
I'm reading from a teleprompter.
Yeah. What am I doing?
Yep. Steve, you watch Donald Trump. People might not have liked his demeanor, his personality, whatever. But every day when he walked out to that helicopter, what did he do? He stood in front of those reporters and he got slammed with hardball questions, one after the other, and he took it. And he answered every one of them that he could, didn't he?
Yeah, day in and day out, every time.
Every time, Steve. The guy never ever shied away from the media, even though he hated the media and he knew it was fake news. He gave him an answer to the question. He didn't. With his Biden's press secretary.
Circle back. Circle back. We'll
circle back to that. I mean, all that girl does is lie. Joe Biden's too busy. He's too busy. And you brought up a point about why the Democrats don't want to go back to normal election day, having regulations in place, voter ID, so forth and so on. We all know why. Because 80 million people didn't vote for Joe Biden. It's just we saw it in September, October, November, what this guy was about. I mean, if the election were held today, do you think this guy would win, even cheating? I don't think so. I mean, it's just, I just cannot believe that this is the leader of our free world.
Yeah.
It's just, it's hard to watch, Steve. It really is hard to watch. But getting back to the voting, you know, I was reading an article today. There's almost 300 bills in different Republican legislatures throughout 7 states that are reinforcing their election laws, like what Georgia's trying to do right now.
Yep.
And hopefully that spineless Governor Kemp down there in Georgia will sign the bill, because it does have to go to his desk. He still can veto that, but hopefully he won't. But the Republicans really need to get their ducks in a row here, Steve, because they really got caught with their pants down in November. They really did. They were not prepared for what the onslaught that the Democrats put on them. So they really need to tighten up these laws, and get some some stringent things in place. The ID and so forth, and the have a good excuse for an absentee ballot and so forth. But there was the main thing I wanted to touch on was I sent you that article on the ESG score. I don't know if you had a chance to read that.
ESG score.
Yep. I sent you an article in your email. It's about the ESG score, the environmental, social justice, governmental score.
Okay, yeah, I did see that. It's a pretty lengthy thing, so I didn't get a chance to go through it all just yet. But you're saying that it's already happening.
When you get a chance, maybe tomorrow or something, and you read through that, it's pretty scary what's going to happen with the big banks and big corporations and big tech on how they're going to evaluate us instead of a credit score. It's pretty frightening. And I'll tell you, the reason I sent you that was because I was listening to somebody talk about this the other day on the radio, and the trucking industry is going to be hurt the most on this. They really are. Because if this goes through, and banks are already starting to use it. Bank of America is starting to use it.
Really?
And what they're doing is they're going to target companies that aren't climate friendly, environmental, that aren't social justice friendly, have a bunch of minorities working in their company, especially in the top positions, and governmental, if you're with the government or against the government. And that's how you're going to be scored. And if your score is low, you're not credit card, you're not going to get lines of credit. So, for instance, the trucking industry, okay, what do our trucks run on?
Petroleum.
Fossil fuels.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Fossil fuels. So I guess now the trucking industry, we're supposed to mount solar panels to the top of our truck, or run on what do some trucks run on? Vegetable oil, and I don't know. Horse feathers might be able to answer this one. I don't know how environmental friendly propane is in trucks. I know some trucks run on propane. Some run on biodiesel. I can't imagine trucks becoming electric, because a car can only go, about 200-300 miles before it needs a charge. So I don't know how many batteries it would take to run an 18-wheel tractor trailer. I don't think they figured that out yet. How they're going to run commerce.
That's what Tesla and Nikola, that's what they're working on. And I guess, there's a number of them, these startups that are working on. But yeah, the batteries are so heavy. I mean, they've come quite a way. You think about the weight of a Tesla automobile, and how much battery weight are you going to have to move an 18-wheeler down the road?
Yeah, I don't think they thought this through. So the thing is, if your company, if you own a fleet, say of 10,000 tractors, and you're running diesel fuel, well, you're not going to get credit. You're not going to get customer. You're not going to be able to haul for, say, Walmart or Target or, whoever, because they are environmentally friendly, but your company is not. So they're not going to use you for business. Same with an owner operator.
Mm-hmm.
If he's not environmentally friendly with this climate crap, then he's not going to get loads from customers. So it's pretty scary on what they're trying to do to this with this global economy, quote, new world order, whatever you want to call it. They've been meeting on it, and they're implementing it. I mean, Merrill Lynch is already issuing ESG scores to people, which I never heard of it until about 6 months ago.
Until you sent that to me, I hadn't heard of it until you sent that to me. So,
yep, it's coming, Steve. And they said the trucking industry is going to be hurt the most.
Wow,
it really is. If these big banks and big investment companies, are going to give people a score on how friendly they are with climate and with social justice, and if they're in line with the government. I mean, I don't know. It's just hard to take sometimes.
It's kind of like
listening to.
It's kind of like right out of George Orwell's 1984, Steve. If you look at the comparisons to 1984, the book, versus what we're seeing today, it's uncanny. Yeah. Now, mentioning I think Horse Feathers sent this to me a few days ago, where the tractor trailer Nikola, however you pronounce it, they're developing the battery powered truck drivetrain. The tractor on Nikola's first truck to enter production, they now say, will weigh more than the diesel tractor, the diesel-powered vehicles, contrary to previous claims on the company's website that apparently magically disappeared the week that federal prosecutors started investigating the company. The electric truck startup said 6 months ago that the battery-powered Nikola tray with a 300-mile range designed for regional routes would be, quote, as light as comparable diesel trucks, allowing operators to transport more goods on each load. Of course, regulations here in this country cap the weight of a fully loaded truck at 80,000 pounds, so lighter vehicles free up room for more revenue-generating cargo. But apparently the Trey's tractor, the machine towing the trailer carrying freight, weighs 29,800 pounds, according to the magnified footage from a recent promotional video from Nikola, to which the tractor for a diesel truck weighs about 17,000 pounds. You do the math. You're talking about 12,000, 13,000 pounds less if you maintain the weight limits of 80,000 pounds. Yeah, every load's going to be 12,000, 13,000 pounds less of freight that individual truck is going to be able to haul. So like I said, that magically disappeared from their website a few weeks ago, but that report was actually from the Financial Times. All right, nearly a 30,000-pound tractor cab. All right, let's get back to the calls here, and what's going on with the heat wave this morning?
Oh, good morning, senor. Not a whole hell of a lot. Just cruising up here the Grapevine, heading into the greater L.A. area. Got drivers out here that don't know the damn meaning of get the hell over when you're climbing up a hill empty. Well, I tell you what, I look at my palm here because I got everything written down I want to talk about. I had a call from the VA last Friday or last Thursday, and it was automated. And, you can't argue with a program because garbage in is what it is, and it doesn't recognize the fact that everything is fluid. It kept saying, we have an appointment on Saturday the 6th. And I kept saying, I'm not going to be in on Saturday the 6th. Well, we're working on it. We have another appointment on Saturday the 6th. And it's like, I'm done with dealing with these damn people with computers. I don't even like it when it's automated. When you first get on the telephone, like calling the credit card company or any business out here, it's like, damn it, just give me a person. So anyways, I'm waiting for the next round of calls to tell me when I can go in and get the vaccine, which, I guess I'll take it just so I can not be hassled or harangued by anybody out there. I told a sweet little old lady who was mask shaming a lot of us in New Mexico, I told her to shut the hell up. I mean, she's just standing there pontificating about, how bad we were for not wearing masks. It's like, you know what? I don't need this nonsense from you. I am an adult. I am hopefully a responsible adult that has its own, my own mind where I can think, and come up with some reasonable ideas about how I should live my life. If you want to mask up, go right ahead. Because if I've been out here all this time, I haven't worn a mask in the truck with my co-driver, getting out and getting fuel. I haven't caught the damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
So just leave me alone. Now we've got drivers in the company that refuse to wear even inside truck stops, and I figure if everyone else has got the mask on and they feel like that they can't, and if you have medical issues, breathing through that mask can become laborious after a while. So, anyways. No, I'm not going to the East Coast. Sorry, horse feathers. I'm going to be going back to Albuquerque hopefully later on tonight, tomorrow. And I'll take 3 days off and recharge the Ever-Readies, get back out on the road. And I don't go east of I-25. And when I do, it's generally me going home. I shouldn't say home, but back to my parents' place in Texas for a nice week-long vacation. And generally, I don't go very far east of I-35. So, no, I don't know where all that hot air is coming from, but it ain't coming in from me.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, anyways, we got time for a little funny?
Sure. Let me ask you one question first. I don't know if you heard Horse Feathers call Monday morning, but the brand, he had the brand new Pluto Duo. I know you've been using it for weeks now. You don't seem to have any issues.
Yes.
Are there any sort of parameters or anything that need to be adjusted? I don't know if you have a smartphone that already has like big time noise canceling technology or whatever, and you add that to it. Is that something that created a problem maybe, or is it just he's maybe in a bad cell area?
I'm thinking it was probably a bad area, because all you do is you just set it up and it says, okay, look for this phone, boom, done. I mean, the other day when my wife was going in and getting shots, I was in town, she was at the house, one of the two. I had AC/DC, hell's bells cranked up to the high heavens inside my pickup, talking to her via the headset. She could not hear the music. All she was hearing was my voice.
Wow.
And when I was not talking, she did not hear anything else. So these headsets, I'll swear by them. I need to get my wife one, because when she does clean around the house, she's got the music cranked up. And whenever she stops talking, I mean, you can hear that music in the background. And even when she is talking, you can still hear it. But she doesn't have a Pluto.
Okay.
So I'm going to have to get with going to have to get with Fly Rod to get her one of them, so she can walk around the house and listen to her music via the headset or whatever, however she wants to do it. But I every time I hear a replay with me talking on there, I don't seem to have an issue.
No.
So, or at least you haven't said, hey, you're modulating here.
Yep. Right.
So.
Okay.
Yep. So. Okay. Yeah. I'm really, really pleased as punch with the product. So, all I can say is, give Fly Rod Dave McInnes a holler, and you talk to him and you see what you can do as far as getting that headset. And if you like it, great. If you don't, send it back. So, but that's how he got me to try it.
Gotcha.
And I've been, like I said, pleased as punch from day one. So, other than that,
a Tuesday funny. You had a Tuesday funny for us.
If we got enough signal here, I'm on top of the hill now.
Okay.
An elderly couple was in church, and during the sermon, the wife leaned over and asked the husband, told the husband, she says, "I let out a sneak. I don't know. Does it smell bad?" And he turned to her and said, "Well, the first thing we need to do is get that battery in your hearing aid changed. And then we need to get you to see a doctor because that is bad."
Oh, boy.
That's it for me, senor.
It wasn't all that sneaky after all. You got it. All right. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Americans can expect to see a stimulus check from the COVID relief bill later this month, according to the White House. The $1.9 trillion package is expected to get final approval when it comes before the House later this week, with President Biden saying he'd sign it as soon as he receives it. The bill includes a $1,400 direct payment for most Americans. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says people can expect to receive their money this month, but that the exact details are still being hammered out.
The Treasury Department is working on what this looks like and what the processing looks like. As the president said on Friday, we expect a large number of Americans to receive relief by the end of the month. But in terms of the mechanics of it, Treasury just has to work through that.
And Wyoming has become the latest state to remove its mask mandate and restrictions on businesses. Governor Mark Gordon announced Monday that restaurants, bars, gyms, and theaters will be allowed to resume normal operations starting March 16th, citing falling numbers of new COVID cases and hospitalizations. This is USA Radio News.
If your credit card bills have gotten out of hand and you care about your credit, call Consolidated Credit now. If the interest rates on your credit cards are so high, it'll take years to get out of debt. Call Consolidated Credit now. They've helped over 6 million people with credit card debt. Without destroying your credit, they can consolidate your debts into one lower payment, reduce your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. The program works. Call Consolidated Credit now. Call 800-406-0046. 800-406-0046. That's 800-406-0046. Consolidated Credit Counseling Services, Inc., 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33313. Licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Maryland DM 1492. Oregon DM 80092. Licensed by the Virginia State Corporation. Commission license number DC 83. Service may adversely affect an individual's credit. Non-payment of debt may lead to additional finance charges or collections activity, including legal action, not a loan company.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back to your calls here. Just ahead, real quick, like it was an opinion. Michael Walsh said over the weekend, everywhere I tuned, everywhere I turned, at least, especially on the conservative outlets, commentators talking about there's a real problem with Joe, his cognitive abilities. We were talking about that last evening. Specifically, there was a segment Dan Bongino said he's got numerous sources telling him in D.C. that virtually everyone on the Biden team, everyone in the administration is concerned with what's going on. That we already had several Democrats wanting Joe to relinquish his sole authority to the nuclear codes. Yeah, they want a checks and balances. Yeah, who all did they want on the list? I guess they want Kamala, they want Nancy Pelosi, one or the other or both, to have the codes. If something were to happen, I mean, it's genuine concern. They all know something's not right. So, back to Michael Walsh. We're now 6 weeks or so into the sham presidency, and already the end of the Biden era seems to be near. A bumbling shell of a man, constantly attended to by his wife, Jill, and with the lengthening shadow of his vice president, Kamala, looming in the background, Biden seems incapable of doing anything except signing a slew of executive orders that his handlers shove under his nose until at last, exhausted, his team calls a lid. That's what they refer to. They call a lid on his workday, and they pack him back upstairs at the White House for a nice lie down before noon. It would actually seem funny if it weren't so tragic. Or maybe it would be tragic if it weren't so funny. No one's ever mistaken Joe for an intellectual. Indeed, he's long acted like the bully at the end of an Irish bar, full of bluster and braggadocio, without being able to, in the slightest, to back up his boasts. Good news is he's not likely to be there very long. The bad news is who might replace him. Of course, in Kamala Harris, the daughter of two foreign-born parents who was raised by them in Canada, who garnered no support from the Democratic primary electorate during her short, disastrous campaign for the top spot on the 2020 ticket. We have one of the most dangerous prospective presidents ever. As I wrote in April of 2018, imagine a combination of Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. In that, you've got Kamala Harris, the current seat-warming senator from California, who, like Obama, is using the world's greatest deliberative body as a resume puncher before swiftly moving on to bigger things. The 2020 Democratic presidential nominations, what she was looking for. She combines the Obama's race with Hillary's sex, and as identity politics goes these days, that's going to be tough to beat. Well, we got the massing, the chanting, the rioting, but Kamala couldn't keep up her end of the bargain. So once it became clear she wasn't going to get the nomination, she wasn't going to get the Oval Office under her own steam, the Democrat/Obama brain trust a year ago persuaded other competing candidates, a.k.a. Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, to drop out just before Super Tuesday to clear the way for Joe. With the knowledge Harris is going to be his choice for vice president. And voila. And already the knives are out for the hapless figurehead who mangled his way through a short speech in Texas the other day, fractured some names, mush-mouthing other names. Stated, what am I doing here? I'm going to lose track. It's embarrassing. It's a good question, and Biden's not alone in wondering. A month before the election last year, Nancy Pelosi mysteriously brought up the subject of the 25th Amendment, which would allow for the replacement of an incapable president by means of a cabinet-level coup or via commission of doctors, shrinks, and has-been politicians. Lest you think Nancy was thinking Trump at the time, think again. This was not about Trump. She flatly said that. And just last week, a group of Democrats led by two House members called for Biden to be stripped of his sole authority to launch a nuclear strike, calling for the vice president and the House Speaker, there you go, to concur in any such decision. Do you know? Do they know something that we officially do not know? Yeah, the fact that Harris is the vice president and Pelosi is the speaker is entirely coincidental. Well, expect similar motions to diminish Joe's waning authority as his mental capacity continues to decrease. Goes on from there, but yeah, the handwriting was on the wall well before the election. Yeah, that how they were able to get Joe up on the stage for, well, he actually held the first presidential debate. I think it was it the second debate that they essentially canceled, and then they had their own little roundtable discussions where Joe Biden and Donald Trump were on competing networks that night, taking questions, to which Joe Biden wasn't it George Stephanopoulos was just serving up Joe lob, softball, one softball after another. But we've seen this coming for some time. And it almost seems that it's happening much more expeditiously than we thought it was going to occur. Some people gave him 6 months to a year. He may not even get that. Well, good morning, Philip. What's happening?
And now you know the rest of the story. Always wanted to say that on the radio. Did you hear that, huh? Sometimes back in the day?
Yes.
Miss old Paul Harvey, man. That guy was the god, man. He was good. It doesn't surprise me. I think the Democrats have been plotting together for a long time about everything. What do you think they've been doing while all the press had been on Trump for all these years? What do you think they've been doing? They've been sitting back planning. As far as them alligators in Oklahoma, you remember that old saying, adapt and overcome?
Mm-hmm.
They always say it. All the military guys say it. Well, that's what nature does. It adapts and overcomes. So the animal fits to where the environment it's at. And I was listening earlier when Steve was talking about that new score that we're going to have. Do you think how much your information is on a computer, Steve? Everything that revolves around everything.
Oh, yeah.
If you buy a house, if you own a vehicle, anything that you buy on the computer, say you go to Amazon, you buy something for around the house, that's on the computer. Everything. Social media, you're on Facebook with your friends, they can see your party affiliation by your voter registration. I mean, all your information is on the computer. Your credit score, everything. So it makes sense what Steve's saying. You remember a long time ago they were talking when the euro come around that they were going to have a one world currency.
Yes.
They were going to say that. They were going to do that. It could all come to fruition if that score comes about, what he was talking about. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, everything on there. Somebody's got a criminal record. It's on the computer. Employers now look at your Facebook when they hire you. I don't care if you get a job at Walmart, if you get a job anywhere, you're looked at on a computer. So it doesn't surprise me. And I don't think you'll be able to get around it anymore like a lot of people do. I mean, when you fill out an application, every application you filled out is somewhere on a computer because you know as well as I do, because of the green movement, we can't have paper anymore. I mean, heck, you go down to the store to buy something, they've got your scan codes on the computer now. You scan that, and they've got your credit card information or your debit card or whatever you've got on there to pay for it. It's all on the computer. So the other Steve, you're making sense, bud. Keep it up. That's what's going to happen. I believe it's going to happen. And that's pretty much all I got to say, Steve. You have a good morning, bud. Thank you.
All right. Have a safe day down there in Florida. All right. Enjoy. Hey, what's going on, spaceman?
What's up, Joe?
Not much. How you been?
Hey, all right. Every day I watch the news, with my wife before I head to work, and the one thing I noticed, and I discussed it with my wife, is I think it was Thursday on the news, they were saying Kamala Harris had called the leader of Israel and had discussions about Palestine and Israeli politics and so forth. And that's about the third call that I know that she's made to a head of state that traditionally the president's made those calls.
Correct. I know that she's called. She spoke directly to the Canadian Prime Minister, and she's also spoke to the French President. What's his name, Calderon or whatever. And yeah, she's already handling duties that are normally the president's duties.
Yeah, that's really concerning because in a free flow conversation, she has free reign to, give her opinion or, hedge an opinion toward a certain policy or agree or disagree with something that head of state says. And, then she has to run it all by Joe Biden. But that's, too little too late. It's like if you went out to look at a new car and spent an hour and a half with the salesman and told him how much you liked it and, sat down and he ran the numbers and you got approved by the loan and everything. But then you said, well, everything's good, but now I have to ask my wife and bring her in for a test drive. It's just, it doesn't make sense that she's making these calls, and it makes the president look weak. And another thing I've noticed is she's always, when he speaks and does stuff in front of the White House and stuff, unlike presidents in the past, she's always shadowing him. Have you noticed that?
Yep.
I'm not saying she should never be there, but she's always there for every little ceremony and stuff like that. So it does seem a little odd to me, like she's being groomed or
correct. That's exactly what they're doing.
It's actually making policy with.
They're on a fast track. They're grooming her on the fast track to be able to step in at a moment's notice.
It really seems that way. Yeah, Friday I got my second Moderna vaccine shot. And my appointment was at 4:45, and I was running late. I got in there about 3 minutes to 5, and I was the last appointment of the day, so they'd given my shot to one of the staff that hadn't had a shot yet. So they had this, it's like a red square bucket with a hole in it. It kind of looked like if you ever worked in food service, like a food bucket or like a pickle bucket, but it was red.
Mm-hmm.
So I asked them, and they said they could do it. What they did is they took 15 needles out of that bucket. That was the disposed needles, but the shot is 5 milliliters. So what was left, just a little bit left in 15 different needles, was enough to give me the 5 milliliters. So I just took 15 shots, from those used needles and got my second dose. And they use real high quality needles. They didn't hurt at all. All you do is, I felt the needle touch me, but I didn't feel it go in. So that worked out Friday. And, are you still there?
Oh yeah, and I know that's what they were doing. I think the Pfizer vaccine that like each little vial or whatever was designated as 5 vaccinations, and then I think they realized with what was left over, you could take however many of those it took. I don't think it was 15 to get a equivalent of a 6th dose out of them, and that's producing a lot more available doses.
Right, that's the bottles that they come in. Like, if you take 2 bottles, there's an extra dose between 2 bottles. They figured out. But
gotcha.
Mine came from the actual used needles. Like, after there was like 150 needles in this bucket. It was the needles that they've been using all day. The already used needles. Hello?
And you were able to, I mean, once they've used a needle injected in someone, why would they take those needles and use what's left in them to put in somebody else? That don't make sense.
Well, I had to have the 24 days was up. You have to have it 24 days apart. So I told him I don't mind, if you use these used needles, just give me 15 shots of these used needles, and there should be enough. What's left over in them would equal 5 milliliters, give or take a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Spaceman, you're an idiot.
Things a little kind of.
You're an idiot.
A little bit.
I see. I knew what you were. I know that. Yeah, when it comes to the vials, yes. So they do. When they take 5 doses out, there's some left in there, and there's enough to get another shot. I didn't realize you were pulling my chain, jackass. I took 15 shots. Okay.
So, anyways, the only effect I had, I got the 15 shots at 5 o'clock Friday, right? So about 6 hours later, my arm was hurting, probably from the 15 shots more than the vaccine. But only thing that happens is it's like somebody punched you in the arm, for about 2 days, your arm hurts. And then Saturday, I had a really long work day, and I didn't get to bed till 11, and I had to get up at 3 to go get the shot. And I had off. My birthday's a paid holiday, so that was Wednesday, but you can float it any time during the week. So I didn't know how I'd feel Friday night, so I took off Friday. So I got the shot at 5, and about 11 o'clock at night, my arm started hurting, and that hurt all day Saturday until about Sunday night. And Saturday, I felt fatigued, and a few times I felt like I got chills. But the fatigue level could be only getting 4 hours sleep. That Friday, my sleep kind of being messed up.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And I just felt a little fatigued, and I felt like I was getting chills, but, it really could have been cold in the house. I asked my wife, I said, is it cold? And she said, no, I don't think so. But more than I really definitively, as a result of that shot, was just pain in the arm. And they say that that's because the vaccines, work, and, it's putting up a fight and starting the immunity. But I didn't have other than that, and maybe some tiredness Saturday, and maybe some chills. And then by the time I came to work at 7:30 last night, I was perfectly fine. So
the latest I had seen was about, it's almost like 50-50. Like 50% of people will get like the side effects, the chills, and obviously the pain in the arm and all that, but the fatigue and all those things you described. And about 50% would show like almost no symptoms or ramifications, side effects from the vaccine at all. And some people were questioning, well, if I don't have the side effects, is the vaccine actually working? To which they say, yes, the vaccine's working fine, even if you don't have the side effects.
Right. So I'm really glad I got it, and my wife had it, and my dad, and her stepmom, and a number of people in the family's gotten it, so we'll be able to get together and put some steaks on the grill or hang out or watch a movie or something like that, with no worries. 95% effective. at not getting COVID and 100% effective of not dying from it.
So you're not worried
Now,
about
you're
not worried about sprouting any additional appendages or anything here next year? Or?
No, not at all. I'm not worried in the slightest bit about that. It's called VERS, VERS, or something like that. It's the part of the CDC, and I sent you the link. That talks about people that died after receiving the shot. And so far, through autopsies and reviews and everything like that, this is going up to March 1st. They haven't found any deaths related to the shot. Now, when I got my first dose 4 weeks ago, 21 million people had been vaccinated, and they had one guy in Florida had died after receiving the vaccination, and they were waiting results of his autopsy and sending CDC people there and Moderna people and stuff and figuring out if it was the shot or not. But one of my worries that I was afraid that people might be scared to get the vaccine is we're starting out giving it to some of the, sickliest elderly people in nursing homes. And, virtually in some cases, you're giving hospice patients or people near hospice.
Sure.
There's people.
Elderly people with pre-existing
with
conditions. Oh, yeah, cancer and diabetes, heart disease, whatever it might be. Yeah, the number I shared with you earlier was supposedly it's the VAERS, as it's called, the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, VERS. That's the one where they said they've 966 people who had received either the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine that had passed away. I guess the question mark is they're saying, well, was it directly attributable to the vaccine or was it attributable to other underlying conditions, whatever the case might be? So I guess that's all subject for debate. But I'm a bit behind there. Spaceman, it's good to hear from you, though. We return for our final hour after a news update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC released its highly anticipated guidelines Monday for people fully vaccinated against COVID-19. Fully vaccinated people can visit other fully vaccinated people indoors without a mask or social distancing, and meet with unvaccinated people who are at low risk. They can also skip quarantine if exposed to someone who has the virus. The CDC does warn that those who are vaccinated should still continue to take some precautions, like mask wearing in public and avoiding large in-person gatherings. And Missouri Senator Roy Blunt says he will not run for re-election in 2022.
I want to thank my family and thank the great team that came together to help me work for you. Most importantly, thanks to Missourians, whether you voted for me or not, for the opportunity to work for you and a better future for our state and our country.
The two-term senator becomes the fifth Republican senator in the last year to announce they won't be seeking re-election. This is USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce silver eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit AssetStrategies.com.
The CDC released new guidelines Monday for people who've been fully vaccinated. Tim Berg has more on what that could mean for vaccinated Americans from the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau.
The CDC says fully vaccinated individuals can take part in small gatherings indoors with others who have been fully vaccinated. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky says they can do so without face masks or social distancing. Dr. Walensky also saying if someone is fully vaccinated, they can then be around someone who's at low risk regarding coronavirus, which is big news according to Fox News medical contributor Dr. Mark Siegel.
That means grandma can come and visit their grandchildren who, if grandma's vaccinated, if grandma's fully vaccinated and grandchildren are low-risk groups, they can come without a mask and distancing. That wasn't on the table before.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
The trial for a former Minneapolis police officer charged in the death of George Floyd has been put on hold. Lance Pry has more details from the USA Radio News West Coast Bureau.
Jury selection in the George Floyd murder trial of Minneapolis cop Derek Chauvin is delayed until at least Tuesday, as the prosecution asked the Minnesota Court of Appeals for a stay. Prosecutor Matthew Frank said Monday morning that the state will seek to get the jury selection process halted as the issue of adding a last-minute third-degree murder charge makes its way through the higher courts.
They started jury selection being told something very general, and then later they're told something very specific. I think it does affect the jury selection process, and so it is, and our position is it is very much involved the trial itself.
Judge Peter Cahill agreed to give the prosecution time to wrap up an appeal Monday morning. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And 2 more tickets to the NCAA tournament were punched Monday night. UNC Greensboro will head to the big dance as the representatives of the Southern Conference. The top-seeded Spartans defeated Mercer in the finals of the SoCon tournament 69-61. And Appalachian State will return to the tournament for the first time since 2000. They defeated Georgia State 80-73 in the finals of the Sun Belt Conference tournament. The Mountaineers will be making just their 3rd all-time appearance in the NCAA tournament. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, Secret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, final hour underway here on a Tuesday. Get more on a travel weather coming up. Philip saw you posted a little message there. He said, I forgot to ask Steve about it when I was talking to him earlier. Something about a guy in Ohio that somehow accidentally got like 2 COVID vaccine shots in a day. And yes, that is correct. Guess it happened about a week ago. Right here in Cincinnati, Hamilton, Ohio, suburb of Cincinnati. Recovering this week after suffering the ill effects of receiving an accidental extra dose of the COVID Moderna vaccine last Thursday. All right, 91-year-old Victor Smith received his initial dose back in January at Fort Hamilton Hospital. Subsequently, on February 25th, he received his second dose at the Butler County Fairgrounds and was then sent to the Jamestown Rehab Facility in Hamilton, which is run by Community First Solutions. That's when a mix-up apparently occurred, and Smith got another dose of the vaccine, so he got a double dose in one day. Oops. Hold my dad in your thoughts and prayers. He was scheduled to go home on the 26th, but somehow someone administered 2 Moderna vaccines within 4 hours of each other, and he went into respiratory distress. Apparently, he was given someone else's vaccine by mistake. Let's see. Spokespersons, I guess, from Community First Solutions provided a joint statement regarding the incident. I guess this was the city of Hamilton and the Community First Solutions. An incident occurred where a city of Hamilton resident inadvertently received 2 doses on the same day. Individual was a patient at Jamestown Rehabilitation, where all vaccinations are completed by outside parties who are trained and appropriately certified. In this case, the City of Hamilton Fire Department, Jamestown staff recognized the patient's signs of distress and responded immediately. He was transported to the hospital. The family was promptly contacted. Both Jamestown and the City of Hamilton Fire have begun investigations. Our thoughts are with the patient and his family as he continues his recovery. But the investigation into how he was able to get 2 vaccines in a day is what the investigation is ongoing. So that was the scoop, 91 years old. So that particular update I just shared was from like 4 days ago from the Cincinnati Enquirer. I don't know if there's any further update on his condition, but yeah, that's a big whoops, especially for a 91-year-old man, right? That's all right. We'll get back to the calls here, and Jolly Green Giant, hey there.
Good morning, Steve.
What a surprise
Long
hearing
time
from
no
you.
talk to.
Yeah, surprise.
Yeah, well, I was listening last week, but a little busy. Got my headset, talked to Dave McManus from Stellar Electronics, and talking on it tonight. And I'll tell you what, it is definitely top notch. It's definitely the Cadillac of the Bluetooth. So what I like about it, my wife went to bed Sunday night. I started listening to YouTube music videos with it, and I'm telling you what, I was having a great time. So, and already a couple guys work with the same company I work for already are interested in buying some Bluetooth through Dave, and of course I will refer them to him.
Sure.
When they're ready. I got a friend, he's going to call in shortly, and he's going to talk about it. When he said 99% noise canceling, it's 100% true. What I like about it, Steve, you'll love this. None of the guys can tell when I'm eating anymore. None of the guys can tell when I'm on the white line or I'm or if my truck's getting too close to the vehicle in front of me, because I've got one of those kind of trucks that tells on me, you know. So, but I think it's kind of funny now that none of those guys can hear any of that stuff anymore. But one of the things I wanted to talk about last week, you were talking about California not allowing new gasoline stations to be built in certain cities and certain counties.
Yeah.
Now, I got to ask a dumb question. I live in San Diego. Let's just say we live in San Diego. I want to go to San Francisco. How am I supposed to get there in an electric car? I want somebody to answer that question. Electric cars do have a range of 100 to what? The Tesla has got, what, a 300-mile radius? How am I supposed to get up to San Francisco and back?
Well, you got to find.
There are no electric stations nowhere, right?
You got to find yourself a charging station somewhere. You need about, I think, 45 minutes to get yourself charged up there.
Really? So every 100 miles, I got to pull over and charge the thing up, huh?
Right?
I got to be honest with you, Steve. I may not be as smart as Doc Holliday, but I got to be honest with you. It sounds extremely stupid. I think it's impractical. I think that hybrid is definitely the right way to go. I think electric cars are good for a retired person. This just goes to the doctor and the grocery store. But it is totally impractical for a state like California to totally, what? Eventually they're going to phase out gasoline and diesel's fuel? Is that what they're going to do?
This is the first step.
Kind of stupid, I think.
The first step in the process. I mean, that was right on the heels of that. I don't know if you were with us last night, but we shared the story out of Oregon where a representative has introduced legislation there where they're not going to be allowed to sell diesel any longer. I have to pull up the number. I think OOIDA had the update this past day as well. I mean, starting here in just a few short years where they're no longer going to be able to sell regular old diesel fuel. It's got to be an alternative to diesel. I guess like a plant-based or something goofy as hell.
Okay. Well, cooking oil?
Maybe.
Alcohol? Is that what?
Now, here's the story from Landline. If an Oregon state lawmaker gets her way, truck drivers traveling would no longer be able to fuel with petroleum-based diesel. Her bill would prohibit the sale of petroleum diesel for vehicles fueling in the state. It would be phased in over a number of years. In 2024, non-retail diesel dealers in a handful of counties would be prohibited from selling or offering for sale the affected fuel. By 2027, the ban would apply to non-retail dealers statewide. Finally, retail dealers statewide would be prohibited from the sale of petroleum-based diesel effective January 1 of 2028.
Okay, the only problem I've got, Steve, okay, we've got, all right, the way they got these trucks set up now, the amount of emissions is very little anymore. What comes out of the stack? Vapor. What's the diesel exhaust fluid for? What is the exhaust filter for? What's the EGR stuff for? And all the drivers out there that are listening tonight, they know what I'm talking about. What's basically coming out of the stack down is just a vapor.
Correct.
It's not even polluting our environment. I mean, are these people stupid? Because I don't get it. I don't get it at all. So that's why you were talking about, I think last Monday night, you were talking about the California not allowing gasoline stations to be built in certain cities and county. And I'm just saying to myself, okay, electric cars with a 100-mile range, what the heck are you supposed to do? You know, I have never in the Ohio, Indiana, and the states that I'm traveling, or Kentucky, I've not seen any charging system anywhere for electric cars. So I guess I'm lost on this one, to be honest with you. I don't know what the heck's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I appreciate you letting me talk and giving it a peace of mind. And kind of interesting, you were talking about our president. You know, I want to tell you right up front, I think it's kind of sad that Biden may be having some problems. I think it's sad.
Yes.
In a lot of ways. And I'm being honest with you because I don't hate the man. I don't like the man, what he's doing for our country, but I do not hate the man. And I hope he's going to be okay. But I just wanted to thank Dave McManus from Stellar Electronics. He's a very nice man to talk to. And I encourage anybody that wants a really good headset to buy these Pluto Duos. By far, I think I'm ready for my own truck show, Steve, with this headset, man.
There you go.
It's that nice.
All right, good deal.
I mean, if Doc Holliday could stand there and do it, I think I could do it, man.
All right,
but
Jolly
either way,
Green,
man,
well,
I just thought I'd call and tell you I am listening, Steve, and I hope you have a good night, man.
All right, well,
okay?
and congratulations on being the lucky winner. You were the final winner, I think, on our 5-week giveaway. Yeah, you're sounding great. Unlike Horse Feathers last night, for whatever reason. Oh my! So and Horse Feathers did sound a lot better tonight. It was not nearly like it was on Monday night, but. All right, get it all sorted out here. It's 844-844-3388. And as far as Joe goes, I heard a number of people, going back out on they're on the campaign trail, and we're seeing Joe time and time again when he's making stops, forgetting what city he's in, forgetting what state he's in, and Jill constantly having to kind of lead him around and prod him. And in one case, the interview had ended. It was like an interview from the podium or whatever, and she had to officially come over and get him by the arm and say, "Come on, Joe, we're done. We get off the stage now." It's just some people saying it's downright and it's embarrassing to be putting the man through that, to continue pushing him. You got to push. Yeah, you got to do this. This is for America. We got to save the country. If you take anyone with the symptoms that he is displaying, I'd be quite honestly, when you watch him constantly, wherever he's at, and he's done it on numerous occasions, they've got the clips that they put the compilation together. Joe reaching into his left pocket. He reaches into his suit, looking in for his pocket for something, and he reaches into his other pocket, and he's trying to find something that doesn't know what he's looking for, or he can't find it, and he's symptoms of dementia. I watched my father-in-law go, and we were picking up on the earliest stages, and it's sad what anyone's family has to watch their loved ones go through as the progression of dementia works your way down and down. I mean, some of the first symptoms for my father-in-law, he was still very healthy, but he'd made a visit up from Georgia, and we'd be standing out in the driveway talking about this. And then we were talking once about some trees that were cut down. He shared a story about a gentleman in a situation he found himself in when cutting down a tree a number of years ago. Went through the whole 5-minute story. And about 30 seconds later, he went back and started the entire story over again and went through I stood there and just listened like I had never heard it before. But he told the whole story again. He had no recollection that he had just told me that. It's very disheartening. All right, Spaceman wanted to finish up here. All right, welcome back. We had to get our news in there at the top of the hour.
Yo. Yeah, I got a couple funnies, and I'll wrap it up with the vaccine. Do you remember when they came out with the news story and they said, today we've given out the same amount of vaccines as people that have tested positive for COVID? So
Correct.
21 million people tested positive, and they've given out 21 million vaccines. Remember that timeline? It was all over the news. That's about the time I got my first shot. And I just thought 21 million had tested positive, probably more than that had gotten it. But that being said, 21 million tested positive and 500,000 people died. And they'd given out 21 million shots, and at that point, they had reported 0 died. So to me, it was a no-brainer to go for the vaccine. But one thing about the reporting, it's called, I sent you the website, it's called BERS or something like that.
Yes.
and there's a website, and they take all reports. If I was to go on the website and say I had a migraine for 3 days, and my feet were twitching and my forehead was red, they take that. They don't turn down any, and then they look at all of them and they investigate the deaths. And what they try to do is see how many reported those symptoms I just mentioned. They're not true symptoms, what I just said, but they don't deny any reporting.
Mm-hmm.
So right now they're at 82 million vaccines and 1,300 deaths. And that death don't mean like that person died that day. It just means a nursing home somewhere reported that this person received a vaccine, and then, on this date they died, and they reported it. And then they look at autopsies and so forth, and they investigate this. But I believe the more and more we move toward vaccinating younger people, that death rate will go down. I'm positive we're giving a lot of people vaccines that are, have their feet amputated from diabetes or this, on their last leg, and got the vaccine and died within a few weeks, and then they reported, this person died after, like you said, after receiving the vaccine. But according to their site, from all their autopsies and tracing and so forth, they don't accredit any of the deaths
directly to the vaccine.
To the vaccine so far.
Like the vaccine was the only cause.
But anyway, Dolly Parton invented the vaccine. You can Google that. That's a fact. She got ingredients from the hills of Tennessee, and right there in her kitchen, the Moderna. She's responsible for invention of the Moderna vaccine with $1 million of her own money. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, she donated $1 million to the university. She did not create it in her damn kitchen. And one more thing I want you to clarify here, Spaceman, is there are people that believe you actually allowed them to use 15 used needles to give you a vaccination. Will you please clarify that you were just joking about that? You did get a shot, but they did not use 15 damn used needles.
No, there was a head lady from the pharmacist there, right?
Yeah.
And there was a volunteer giving out the shots. And that volunteer had received my shot because they thought I wasn't going to make it. And I walked in at 3 minutes to 5. And I looked at that bucket of needles that she was going to take out to her car. And I said, you could probably scratch enough out of all those needles to get 5 milliliters. And she said, well, I have to wait for the pharmacist to leave. And that pharmacist grabbed her purse and said, lock up the church. And she's like, okay. So then we went digging through that bucket, and we found enough needles that had just enough in there and we lined them up. We lined them up on the table like side by side that it was 5 millimeters worth.
Spaceman, we heard the story the first time. You're talking about... You're talking to...
Hey,
Doughboy believes you. He
He
believes you, Spaceman, and he's not the only one. I got an email from Doughboy who said, hey, those are supposed to be kept at a certain temperature, and he let them needles that had been sitting all day, and he got the shot. What the hell's wrong with him? He believes you, Spaceman.
Within 6 hours. It has to be given out within 6 hours of being thawed out.
Okay.
So I went on their website. You can look at that. So they hadn't set. We used the ones in the top of the bucket.
The top of the bucket. You knew they weren't there for 6 hours. Yeah. All right. Since you cannot tell a lie, go ahead.
The naked cowboy.
No. What happened to him?
Steve?
What happened to the naked cowboy?
You want to see a funny YouTube video? He went down to Daytona Bike Week, right? And he was walking up and down Main Street, and this female cop arrested him for panhandle. And so he's standing there beside the squad car in handcuffs, right? But his guitar is hanging around his neck. So when she walks up to him and she's looking away, he gives his guitar like an Elvis Presley hip swing.
Yeah.
And he bops that cop with the neck of the guitar. And she went ape crazy on him. Like, she grabbed him and twisted him around and jacked his arms up, and his guitar was passing against the cop car, and she drug him around to the back of it. And she added the charge of resisting arrest onto the naked cowboy, because if you look at the I was like, where did he resist arrest? Because I thought the guitar was just kind of wiggling around and hit her.
Right.
But if you look at right at the 7-second mark, he's standing there, and you clearly see he does a hump move. Like he did it. He twitched his hip with the force to swing that guitar and bop her in the ass with, and that pissed her off, man. She jacked him up good. And so she added, do you see it on the video?
I haven't pulled it up yet. So so technically she got a pat on the ass, but it wasn't his hand. It was the neck of the guitar.
Right.
But she wasn't real happy about that.
Charged with panhandling and resisting arrest, and went to court. He's already out. You know, I don't know if he had a post bail or he's on his own reconnaissance or whatever. But Daytona is not the street party it was back around 2000. You know, there was a lot of boob flashing for beads, and, you know, hot chicks, you know, for a couple bucks, you take your pictures with them. That's panhandling. But I was really kind of surprised by that. I thought they would kind of let him go, you know, but they're not, you know, they're enforcing their panhandling ordinance on him. Now, there's some big parties. He could have went to the Cabbage Patch on Wednesday when they do the coleslaw wrestling and stuff like that, and did that all day, and nobody that bothered him. But, you know, think about what COVID did to his career. I saw a video of him after I saw him get arrested. It's a totally empty Times Square. Where is he going to panhandle that Times Square?
Yeah, all right.
You know, he's probably half broke, you know, so he went down there to make some money and got arrested, you know. But I thought the video was pretty funny.
I'll have to pull that up.
But,
all right, Spaceman. Well, I got to get to my bottom of the hour news break, as they say. You got me late again. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC released its highly anticipated guidelines Monday for people fully vaccinated against COVID-19. Fully vaccinated people can visit other fully vaccinated people indoors without a mask or social distancing, and meet with unvaccinated people who are at low risk. They can also skip quarantine if exposed to someone who has the virus. The CDC does warn that those who are vaccinated should still continue to take some precautions, like mask wearing in public and avoiding large in-person gatherings. And Missouri Senator Roy Blunt says he will not run for re-election in 2022.
I want to thank my family and thank the great team that came together to help me work for you. Most importantly, thanks to Missourians, whether you voted for me or not, for the opportunity to work for you and a better future for our state and our country.
The two-term senator becomes the fifth Republican senator in the last year to announce they won't be seeking re-election. This is USA Radio News.
If you're a small business owner and you need to transform your business into the new virtual economy, hire the experts at Get Callers. For as little as $5 per hour, you can add as many virtual staff members you want to your company. They can make cold calls to generate leads, handle inbound calls, set appointments, customer support, live chat, and more. The best part is you have no expenses of computers or telecom minutes, no employee headaches, no contracts, no W-2s. Just a turnkey process for you at a fixed price that you can add as many virtual members to your team as you want. In today's economy, hire the professionals that know the virtual workspace. Call right now and learn how to add a virtual member to your team for just $5 an hour. Call Get Callers now. 800-765-2593. 800-765-2593. 800-765-2593. That's 800-765-2593.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shots.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So it's costing you a fortune to cross the Pennsylvania Turnpike, huh? New study analyzed tolling practices on hundreds of roadways worldwide to rank which ones are the most expensive. Study recently released by Australian insurance provider Budget Direct. They examined tolling practices on more than 400 roads, again, worldwide, to see just which are the most expensive and which are the cheapest. Tolls were calculated using the highest possible passenger vehicle toll for the entire roadway, the entire stretch. In the ranking of the most expensive toll roads in the world, Pennsylvania Turnpike came in at numero uno, number 1, with the New York State Thruway making an appearance at number 8, the Florida Turnpike at number 9, the Ohio Turnpike at number 14, the Texas State Highway 130 came in at number 17, and the New Jersey Turnpike at number 18. Now, for the most expensive tolls here in just the U.S., the highest passenger vehicle rate for using the entire toll road, Pennsylvania Turnpike, it'll cost you $112.91. That's passenger vehicles. What are your tolls in a big truck? Now, that by far the greatest number, because number 2 at the New York State Thruway is $28.05. Florida Turnpike, $26.45. Ohio Turnpike, $20.50. Texas State Highway 130 at $19.23. So the PA Turnpike, by far the most expensive, big bucks. All right, from our industry headlines there. Thought you'd like to know that. Costing you lots of money to run that PA Turnpike, huh? And what's going on with Eagle this morning, if Eagle's still awake? Are you with us, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still awake. I got a couple of things I wanted to talk about. Can you hear me now?
We got you. What's going on? Yes, sir. Lay it on us.
Okay. Yeah. Couple of people was talking about situation with Joe Biden. Something, Steve. I knew this from the day he got elected. We're in real big trouble in the United States. The next 4 years are going to be very, very, very troubling events are going to be taking place with Mr. Biden if he makes it to 4 years. But it's not looking real good, Steve. I'm at a truck stop right now, and the price of fuel is going sky high for these owner-operator truck drivers. The price is getting higher and higher as each day. But one guy said by the time Biden leaves the White House in 4 years, hopefully he'll leave. People could be paying $8 to $10 a gallon for fuel. And another thing I noticed, Steve, going back to 2 weeks ago with this ice storm that hit Texas, I was on my way to Chicago today, and they have these windmills, these fans, or whatever you want to call them, that stand up real high in the air. And I noticed that those things were still spinning, still working good, real fine, even up there in Chicago, they didn't have no problems whatsoever. And I know it gets colder in Chicago than it does in Dallas, Texas. But yet the fans weren't operating in the state of Texas. And it's been coming. This is not no conspiracy. This is a fact. It's been found. They're looking into it right now that some of these things were turned off on purpose. It wasn't a mistake that the lights went out in Texas. So some of it was man-made that occurred. So people might want to look into that because it's a fact. It's not no conspiracy. Now, as far as the situation goes, Steve, I talked to you a couple of weeks ago about this accident they had in California. I seen the video of it, and I seen another video last night. The seats, cue ball, they called it. He said that it looked like they had taken the seats out of the car, and that's exactly what they did. They had those people packed in that car like sardines. They had them laying on side of each other, on top of each other, no seat belts, and that's why when they got hit by that truck, they got ejected out of the vehicle. And then plus they have surveillance video seeing the same vehicle pull through the fence opening in the southern border of California. These people were running from the law. They were trying to get into the U.S. And there was also another vehicle involved. They say that vehicle caught on fire. I don't know how that vehicle caught on fire, but nobody was injured in that. But this was a runaway car that shouldn't have never been in the U.S. And the truck driver, luckily they're not going to hold him responsible for the accident because he wasn't responsible. They pulled out in front of him and resulted in 19, 20 people died. So I just wanted to make that clear that these people were illegal. It's a fact. It's not something that people made up. These people were in the U.S. illegally. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All righty there. Thank you very much, Eagle. Big Moose shared the story with me here, and the same thing happened here where in this school district where my grandchildren are attending, different schools, same district, but they had the vaccination of the staff, and the following day they had to cancel classes due to a lack of staff, a staffing shortage. And I think they got the vaccines. It was either like on a Wednesday or a Thursday, whatever it was. And I said, we know that this was like the second dose of whichever vaccine they were getting, either the Pfizer or the Moderna. I'm not sure which. I said before that day, I said, there's going to be a lot of teachers out the next day. I didn't realize it would be enough to have to cancel classes due to a lack of staff. I kind of chuckled, but you kind of expected that. You said, why wouldn't you have the vaccine given on a Friday after school, given the entire weekend to recoup, or on a Saturday so they don't have school on Sunday? in return to class on Monday. Big Moose shared a story from over the weekend. Colchester Elementary School closed yesterday, because a number of teachers experienced the side effects of the COVID vaccine over the weekend. They didn't have enough substitute teachers to go around. Superintendent said there was a vaccine clinic Saturday to which 17 elementary school staff members, including 9 who teach what they call core area classrooms, received the single-dose Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Had some side effects that kept them out of school on Monday. You know, the typical fever, aches, pains, all that good stuff. About 700 people went to East Hampton High School over the weekend for the health district's COVID-19 vaccine clinic, designated for educators, officials said. Included in that group were teachers and staff from the Colchester School District. Yeah, long story short, if you're going to do the vaccine thing, some people have the side effects, some people have no side effects. You just don't know which one you're going to be. But the school district informed parents about the situation. Classes would be canceled Monday due to the lingering side effects and a lack of substitute teachers. According to the Centers for Disease Control, side effects might affect your ability to do daily activities. It should go away within a few days. Like Spaceman said, the redness, the swelling of the arm, that's very common. Tiredness, headache, muscle pain, chills, fever, nausea, those can all be symptoms following the vaccine. So they got the Johnson & Johnson. That's the single dose. That's the one shot, all at one time vaccine. And of course, the Pfizer, the Moderna, that they typically say it's after that second shot where the most people that experience those symptoms or reactions, it's after the second shot. But there you go. Thanks for sharing. Speaking of Big Moose, looky there. Looks like he's on the line. Hello, Big Moose. What's going on this morning?
Oh, not much. Playing truck driver. You?
Playing radio.
I heard that. Well, I was gonna talk about everything else, but you know what? I've decided that talking about this politics, we might as well be talking back and forth as to whether to plant beans or corn, because that don't matter what's going to happen. They're going to do whatever the hell they want to anyway. You know what I mean? So why waste your breath and get your blood pressure up about it?
That I would agree. You are correct.
Talking to our listener, the spaceman there telling his vaccine story reminded me of a funny. This old boy from West Virginia wanted to go up to New York City and visit his cousin. So he flies up there and he tells his cousin, he said, I want to see Rockefeller Center and I want to go down Central Park. He said, I want to see everything while I'm up here. So he said, okay, let's go. So he took him out, showed him Rockefeller Center, took him out, and they was walking through Central Park. And his cousin told him, we need to start heading home. Said, it gets pretty rough after dark around here. Said, we want to make sure we're out of here before it gets plumb dark,
Mm-hmm.
So they were just getting ready to leave the park, and this crackhead jumped out behind the bush, and he had this big hypodermic needle. He said, now listen, he said, this needle is infected with AIDS, and if y'all don't give me your wallets, I'm going to stab you with it. So the cousin from New York throwed his wallet out there and said, here, man, said, you take it. I don't want nothing to do with that. And that old hillbilly told him, said, buddy, you can go to hell. You ain't getting my wallet. So that old crackhead run up there and grabbed the cousin's wallet and stuck that old hillbilly 3 or 4 times with that needle and run off. His cousin said, man, don't you know that fool just give you AIDS? That old hillbilly said, like hell he did. I'm wearing a condom.
Oh, Big Moose. Good golly.
That's funny. I don't care who you are. All right, man. Well, good show tonight. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. We'll catch you later.
Thank you for checking in. All right, the old hillbilly. He just didn't know any better, did he? Yeah, poor idiot. What do you say, Double R?
How you doing, Steve?
Doing all right.
How you doing?
Good, good. Big Moose, he's the
That man
best,
ain't
ain't he?
right, is he?
Yes.
Yeah, I've been putting off. I got a phone call yesterday. We're down here in Texas. I'm getting ready to go through Fort Worth, and we're on our way up to Dodge City, Kansas. Yeah, the VA called me and wanted me to see if I was going to be home to come up and get that COVID shot, but I'm just going to hold off on it, man. You know, I don't know why I'm so damn scared about getting it, but I don't want to get it right now, you know. I guess there's a lot of people that way, but
Yes, yeah, there are.
And then, go ahead. I'm sorry.
There are. The numbers are kind of coming around here. You know, about a month and a half ago, the numbers were well over 50% who said they weren't going to take it. The latest numbers I saw said 60% of people say they plan to get fully vaccinated. But still, that's 40% who, at least for the moment, aren't planning on getting the shot.
Right. Have you and Princess went down and got yours yet?
Now,
or?
you tell me, you think the princess has got a shot? Hell no.
Why, hell no. That's what I had to say it.
She ain't going to get a shot.
No. Hey, that PA Turnpike, that thing has paid for itself many, many times. And I don't know why they just keep jacking up the price on it, you know. That's crazy. But, Green Giant, yeah. We went down to San Diego, and we had to load. There was two guys that flew in from Germany, but we had to pick up one of them smart cars, and it was a all-electric smart car. And we got down there to pick them up. We were taking them up to L.A., and so we got down there to Mercedes dealership down in San Diego to load this smart car to take it up to L.A. Well, they decided they wanted to drive the car to L.A. I said, that's fine with me. I don't care. Well, we ended up hauling here we are with this big-ass trailer. You've seen our trailer. It's a pretty good-sized trailer.
Absolutely,
and
yes.
All we had in this trailer was 2 suitcases. They said, will you take our suitcases? Well, sure. So we took their suitcases. We went to L.A., and we got up there at Beverly Hills, up there at the Mercedes place where they were supposed to be going, and they got a phone call.
Mm-hmm.
Their car died. Can you go get them, rescue them, and bring them up here? I said, hell no. They wanted to drive, let them drive. You know, that's their baby. So we dropped their suitcases off and we took off. So, you know, but yeah, he's right. They don't have these charging stations. I don't know why they're doing all this, but and then real quick, what's his name? Elon Musk, I believe.
Elon Musk, yes. Elon, what's he done?
Elon Musk, yeah, that's it. Anyhow, we haul a lot of stuff for them. And I was reading way back, his father, way back Eisenhower days, had come out with this car, all-electric car. And he presented it to Eisenhower. And Eisenhower told him, hold off on it. That's too advanced right now for everything, and we need to hold off on it. And, they were telling me this story about him and his father and all that. And that was pretty wild. You know, I thought it was pretty neat. But I guess that smart car or electric cars have been out for, in the makings for a long, long time.
So it's not per se some urban legend or old wives' tale that you were hearing, you think? I'd have to do a little looking into that, but that's interesting.
Yeah, it was very interesting. And anyhow, hey, we turned on need a hooked my phone up. We downloaded your app, and it was playing music while you were talking. I don't know if it was my phone breaking in and out or what, but
no, they've been.
It's what?
The app has been having some issues. They're working on it. Kyle responded to earlier to that, and he said that I don't know. He'll be back in the office today and get the lowdown, get what's going on from Josh, what's happening there, and what they're going to do. They may be looking for a different streaming option because the provider they're using is like supposedly the best of the best, the top notch, used by numerous big podcast shows and whatnot. But yeah, they've been having issues with it.
Okay.
So.
Okay. And then one more thing, and I'll let you go, Steve. You remember when we were down on, I don't know if you remember it or not, but we were down on the border working with the state of Arizona. We were down in Yuma. We ended up capturing a Suburban that came across the border. And Steve, they had 28 Mexicans in this Suburban. And, but that's what they do. They take the seats out.
Yeah.
We've actually pulled them out of the dash.
Wow.
I mean, they took everything out of the dash, and they just lay in the dash, and they put the dash over them, kind of hide them, But we've actually ended up having to pull, illegals out of the dash of the vehicle. And, but yeah, there was 28 individuals in this
in one vehicle.
Suburban. Yeah. Yep, absolutely. So, but that's what they do. They take the seats out.
Well, for a smuggler getting $1,000, or in the case last week of that crash, that was $5,000 to $10,000 each for those 24 individuals in that vehicle. I guess that's good money for a smuggler. What the hell?
Yeah, absolutely. So, yes, it is. But anyhow, I'm gonna let somebody else get in there, and you get ready to go home.
Yeah, you're actually going to
I'll get off here and let you get ready to go home.
You get to be the final caller this morning. How about that? You wrap it up for us.
Well, I feel proud. Thank you very much.
Thanks for listening in. Thanks for checking in.
Enjoy your day, my friend.
Thank you much. Y'all be safe out there. There you go, Double R. Yeah, that will wrap it up here on a Tuesday morning. So when we come back, we'll be rolling into Wednesday, at which point, of course, as we were talking weather-wise earlier, things supposed to be getting a little more active over the next few days. But first of all, enjoy the big warm-up. Some areas are going to see some of the warmest temperatures of the week today. Temperatures soaring up close to 70 degrees all the way up into parts of South Dakota and Minnesota. How about that? But don't put away your winter attire just yet, because you may be needing that coming up by this weekend and next week, especially over the western portions of the country. There you go. Thank you so much for being with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. seems yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.